Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will start in 1 minute. Start in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and welcome Commander Bob Oath and the official convention party to the platform.
11th District Honor Guard for an impressive flag. For more than a quarter of a century, we have opened our conventions with a resolution reminder of those who have went to war and never returned. They are the prisoners of war and the missing in action. It does not matter if the prisoners are missing or have been gone for a decade or for a day. It does not matter if they will be returned or if they can only be accounted for. We designated POW MIA empty chair at all official meetings of the American Legion as a physical symbol of the thousands of American POWs and MIAs who still are unaccounted for from every war in which America has taken up arms. Accordingly, at this time, the Department's Southern Vice Commanders will place the POW MIA flag on the empty chair, a reminder for all of us to spare no effort to secure and release of all American prisoners from captivity, the repatriation of those who died bravely in defense of liberty, and to demand a full accounting of those missing. Let us rededicate ourselves to the vital endeavor. Please. Now I ask our department chaplain, Norris Kern, would now deliver the invocation. Chaplain.
Shall we be in an attitude of prayer? O great sovereign of the universe, we thank you today that you're mindful of man, even when man is not mindful of you. We thank you for your love, and we thank you for your encouragement to us each and every day. We thank you for the privilege of serving under the flag of the United States of America in all wars, in all parts of the world in which we live. We thank you for the privilege of preserving freedom, not only for ourselves, but oftentimes for those who never knew freedom before. And we thank you for the honor and the privilege of being a part of the Department of Indiana American Legion. And we thank you, Lord, for the leadership of Commander Oath and his team. But even more so, we thank you for every Blue Cap Legionnaire and sons in the room, our auxiliary, our Legion family, riders. We thank you for all those that work together to continue the service of caring for the communities, state, and nation in which we live. We thank you for our programs for youth. We thank you for the programs that encourage education. We thank you for the programs in which we honor and will honor during this convention. As we gather today, we're mindful of the brave young men and young women in uniform across the globe, and pray, Lord, that your spirit would be with each, especially those in harm's way. We ask that you'd send your angels to have guard over them. And we ask you to watch over those who keep the home fires going, awaiting their return. Now we ask your blessing upon our assembly and our convention. Thank you for the joy that convention brings, and all the hopeful things that come out of this gathering. We give you glory, because without you we could do nothing. For it's in your holy name that we pray. Amen. Amen.
Please remain uncovered and join with me in the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, distinguished guests, visitors, my fellow Legionnaires, I now declare the 105th Annual Convention of the American Legion, Department of Indiana, regularly convened. It is my request that all delegates and alternates attend all scheduled sessions, and that the district commanders close the hospitality rooms during the regular scheduled sessions of this convention. Now I'd like to take a moment to recognize those Legionnaires who have served or continue to serve this organization at the national level. Please stand when I call your name and remain standing. Audience, please hold your applause until those outstanding Legionnaires have been introduced. Past National Commander Jim Cowles. Past National Commander and current Internal Affairs Chairman Bob Newman. Past National Vice Commander Ken Hilton. Past National Treasurer Weber LaGrange. Past National Chaplain Norris Turner. Past National Chaplain Ed Harris. Past National Sergeant of Arms Al Polito. Past National Executive Committee Member Paul Stewart. Past National Executive Committeeman Jerry Jordan. Past National Executive Committee Member Ed Trice. And our current National Executive Committeeman Kenny Cooper. And our current alternate Executive Committee member Terry Smith. Let's give them a round. Next, it is only right that we recognize a group of distinguished Legionnaires to whom we owe a great debt of gratitude. The men who have led the Department of Indiana through the years. Accordingly, I wish to recognize the living past department commanders and ask them to stand as their names are called. Please hold your applause until the end of the recognition. Larry E. Bartlett. Donald R. Kahn. Jim Cowles. Terry Smith. Thomas Thumper Henderson. Jim Delaney. Tommy Somerville. Ralph Tolan. Bob Newman. Richard Jewell. Ed Trice. Ken Hilton. Larry Lowry. Jimmy B. May. Marty Zigowitz. Alan Conley. Mark Gillian. And Jim Dodd. Thank you, gentlemen. I wish to express the thanks of Legionnaires from across the department for what your past commanders have contributed, for what you continue to do for the American Legion, and for being with us today. At this time, Department Adjutant Chad Whitburn will read the call of convention.
Thank you, Commander. In compliance with the Constitution of the American Legion, Department of Indiana, and the action of the Department Executive Committee, the 105th Annual Convention of the American Legion, Department of Indiana, will be held in Indianapolis, Indiana, July 11, 12, 13, and 14, 2024. The convention is called for the purpose of electing department officers for the ensuing year, amending the department constitution and bylaws if necessary, and transaction of other businesses may be brought before the convention. District commanders for the 24-25 year and delegates to the 24 National Convention must be elected by the duly accredited state convention delegates at least 15 days prior to the state convention. This date was June 27th, 2024. Representation at the department convention shall be by post. Each post shall be entitled to elect one delegate and 1 alternate for the first 10, 2 delegates and 2 alternates for 51 members, 3 delegates and 3 alternates for 151 members, 4 delegates and 4 alternates for 251 members, and 1 delegate and 1 alternate for each additional 100 members whose department and national dues have been paid as shown on the books of the department adjutant by 2:00 p.m. June 9, 2024. The delegate is a member of the post who has been elected by the post and certified by the department adjutant 15 days prior to convening of the convention. Each post maximum number of votes shall be equal to the number of delegates to which is entitled. However, the post may cast only the number of votes equal to the number of votes equal to the number of delegates who are properly certified to the department adjutant. Such certification must have been received in department headquarters by 4:30 on the 27th of June. To be recognized as a post, the post shall have 10 members whose dues have been duly paid to headquarters. Rules and permanent organization. The 105th Annual Department Convention will be conducted in accordance with the rules and permanent organization approved by the Department Executive Committee and as may be amended by a vote of the delegates at the convention.
Thank you, Jack. Yeah, whoever you are, Chad. John, Jack, Tom, whatever. I now call upon Department Judge Advocate Joseph T. Bungelberg for the report on rules and credentials. Judge.
The rules for the 105th Annual Department Convention are printed in your convention book at pages 23 and 24. Those rules were approved by the Department Executive Committee and are recommended by that committee for adoption by this convention. Mr. Commander, as a duly authorized delegate, I move that these rules be approved as they appear in the program.
I hear a second. Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay? Good job, Judge.
Thank you. We now have a credentials report as follows. This report is dated 7/8 of 2024. Total posts in Indiana, 371. Number of posts certifying delegates, 353. Number of posts not certifying delegates, 18. And the number of posts not certified. Mr. Commander, I move that this credential report be adopted.
Is there a second? Hearing a second. Any questions? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
And Mr. Commander, I also move that all late certified delegates be allowed to register as approved by the Department Executive Committee.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any questions? Hearing no question, I call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. I'll use the bell this time, guys. Motion carried. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest that is a very busy man with us today. I am very honored to introduce a fellow veteran and legionnaire, the 51st Governor of Indiana, Eric Holcomb.
Good afternoon. It's both a personal and a professional privilege to join you at this year's 2024 American Legion State Convention. very appreciative of not what just occurs at the convention, or not just what occurs today, but 364 other days of the year, and your influence and impact. I will tell you, it's a little bit, this year is a little bit bittersweet for me. I've made it a habit of, you've been good to invite me to attend, but I've made it a habit of attending. And this one will be my last as governor. But you'd be surprised if I crash the convention later when I'm not the governor, if you don't toss me out. And then it's also a little bit more emotional, or especially sentimental. My wife and I had the honor of a lifetime recently, this last month obviously, to actually travel to Normandy to participate and commemorate the 80th reunion of Normandy and all that occurred there, and just sitting and then standing and looking up at 192 veterans present at return, mostly obviously all over 100, and to be looking up at all of them in just perfect formation on stage, thinking about if I had it in me, if I were in their shoes, to do what they did. And fortunately, we're able to come home. And I carry that with me, that just that experience, now every second of every day, just thinking about how good we have it, how much good has come from not just their service, but all of yours. Various conflicts, various battles, various wars, and then think about all along the way for the last 105 years has been the American Legion. And, originating, coming off of that, remember the war that was supposed to end all wars. And there's been one common denominator, and that has been that we, members of the American Legion, scattered across all over the world, our country, have been minding and taking care of our own. I think it's so important, especially when I talk to folks who are very supportive of those who step forward, again, no matter from whatever walk of life, whether called, drafted, whatever branch. A lot of civilians take for granted what you all and the families have done and are continuing to do, extending service. And it's not because they don't understand, and maybe it's because they're busy too, but it's in large part from my conversations, it's just that they look up at someone who served, who joined the military, someone who's tough, invincible, can just handle it all, and come what may. And that's why, again, I think it's just so important that we, and I'm so grateful, and Dennis Weimer is here somewhere. I was just with him. We are both eternally grateful and optimistic, quite frankly, because of you, that the IDVA's mission dovetails hand in glove. We're so proud of our heritage and commitment. Hoosiers have always, as you know, sent more than our fair share when asked. It's been obviously a source of immense pride to be able to host the American Legion National Headquarters. And then to think about the individual, neighborly Hoosier impact that the Legion is having on families and future families. And I can't say it enough how grateful Dennis, myself, our teams, your IDVA are for what you're integrity really means to get the job done. So, wasn't gonna miss this year. I try not to miss any years. Try to keep a good attendance record, but, I didn't want you to think that at the tail end, this guy. By the way, I've got 186 days left, 4,500 hours. So, I'm a man of my word, and I am counting, and got a lot to get done, but you're helping us get it done. In really challenging and hard ways. I mean, as you know, through the service, what you're doing is positively influencing and course correcting many times someone's life. Just as if we've been stationed somewhere abroad or around the country. And so, thank you for your continued passion. Thank you for your purpose. It doesn't go unnoticed and is appreciated. And then on one last high note, positive note, I have a lot of opportunities to get around the state of Indiana and see a lot of good work come out of individuals and people that come together, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be able to recognize one of the best among us. And when I say us, I mean people that are in this room or have served outside of this room. And Bob, Mr. Bob Oath, you, sir, are the very definition of what it means to be a distinguished Hoosier. Someone who has given a lot in the past, continues to give a lot in the present, and is counted on to give a lot in the future. Whether it's a state commander or someone who's making sure that membership is up and strong, making sure various programs, leadership programs are in place for others to follow in yours, and the diocese, the footsteps of those who've gone before you. I just want to extend my appreciation to you personally and directly, especially in front of your peers, and recognize you as Indiana's newest Sagamore of the Wabash. Congratulations, sir. Hopefully this gets me back.
And, you know, you don't have, you can come to any convention as a blue cap legionnaire. There you go. And I want to share with you my coin for this year. And I also want to,
Ooh, yeah.
he's got some digs on here now. I don't have my snakes on today, but he does have his. You might want to check it out.
Perfect.
So again, thank you so much, Governor.
Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
And again, thank you, Governor, for making an appearance and being with us today. Please keep in mind that not only at all of our convention sessions in this room is non-smoking, but also that smoking is not allowed anywhere inside the Marriott. And that also includes the courtyard. That's not a designated smoking area. As a courtesy to your fellow Legionnaires and other Legion family members who do not smoke, please do only in the outside in areas I would like to remind you of the Legion's long-standing reputation for fairness and non-partisanship in matters of public policy and politics. We have a tradition of welcoming, hearing, and considering conflicting views, and that is the only nature, because we ourselves are as diverse as our nation itself. I know that you will approach differently viewpoints expressed with an open mind and treat all of our distinguished visitors with the kindness and courtesy that they have come to expect from the American Legion. And now, before we get down to business, it is my privilege to present the Marriott East General Manager, Ed Sycott. Ed.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you guys once again for this conference. Our team here of hospitality professionals, along with myself, is just totally honored to have you guys here once again, celebrating this conference along with your fellow auxiliary. The last time I was here, we talked about renovation. And if anyone's had the privilege of maybe ordering something that might be coming overseas, you know, it probably didn't come on time. So this time last year, I think I was thinking that we probably would have about half the hotel renovated, since we were supposed to be starting on January 15th of 2024. And our new date, since everything has finally arrived at the hotel, is going to be July 22nd. And this time next year, and I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, should be fully renovated by this time next year from all the guest rooms. We're doing some public space while we're doing the guest rooms, so I think half the public space will be renovated, as well as all the 315 guest rooms that we currently have. This is a full renovation, so I've been doing this for 24 years, half of that as a general manager, and this is probably the most extensive renovation I've had the privilege to oversee, because this is the first renovation that I've had that everything will be replaced other than the carpet that's in this room, since that was laid in 2019. Even the exterior of the building, because this building has been built in 3 different phases. When we were 255 rooms, and we had another 60 on top of it. And then we had that front entrance area that was put in 2011. So there is a lot of different versions of it. Marriott wanted to look like one building in one unit, so the exterior of the building will also be painted. So I think it's going to look absolutely amazing when everything is completed. So I appreciate your patience. We know that there's plenty of places to stay in Indiana. You have a lot of opportunities and a lot of options. We appreciate the loyalty not only to the Marriott brand, but also to the Marriott Indianapolis East Complex. Welcome once again, and thank you.
Next, I'd like you to turn your attention to the video screen, for we have a video from Senator Mike Braun.
Hello, Senator Mike Braun here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at your state convention. I wish I could be there in person with you. Hope that you're enjoying this time of fellowship. The American Legion is a vital organization to our state and local communities. The Legion is a cornerstone of the community in so many towns around the state. The 80th anniversary of D-Day reminded us of the special valor and courage of America's veterans. We can't thank you enough. Wanted to let you know about 2 pieces of legislation I authored that were recently signed into law. The first is the Wounded Warrior Access Act, which streamlines the claims process for veterans with a new online tool. This is going to be a big help for those who previously had to get their claims information through the mail or by driving to a regional VA location. I know that puts a significant burden on disabled veterans. The second is the Spina Bifida Act, which guarantees VA benefits to children affected by spina bifida due to their father's exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam, even after the veteran's death. For 105 years, Legionnaires have valiantly continued their service to their country by serving their communities and fellow veterans. Thank you for your service. Please do not hesitate to contact my office with your questions, concerns, or if you're in need of assistance with any federal agency. Thank you again for the chance to say a few words, and have a great convention.
Unfortunately, Senator Young could not be here today, but his regional director, Monica Kowalski, that's a guy that should know from up there, would like to bring greetings from him. So Monica, the podium is yours.
Right, Kozlowski. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of U.S. Senator Todd Young. The senator did ask that I share a brief letter, but before I do that, I just want to thank you sincerely for all of your service to Hoosier veterans and our service members as well. As an Army wife and mom, I have a true understanding the sacrifice of our families, but also members like yourselves who make it a point every day to do what you can to give back. At this time, I'll read a letter from the senator. Fellow Hoosiers, thank you for the invitation to join you at the State of Indiana American Legion's 105th Annual Convention. Although I am unable to attend, I celebrate the continued success and the legacy of this tremendous organization. I strongly believe in the mission of the American Legion, to enhance the well-being of Americans, veterans, their families, our military, and our communities by our devotion to mutual helpfulness. As a proud institution headquartered in Indianapolis, I'm grateful for your continued leadership and advocacy on behalf of Hoosier and all America's veterans. Throughout my time in office, I have worked to improve the care our veterans receive. I was proud to support the PACT Act, as well as other important bills that have become laws, including the VA Mission Act and the Protect Our Disabled Heroes Act. As a veteran myself, I've seen firsthand the dedication of our men and women in uniform. I've learned just how much sacrifice is required of our troops and their families. To our veterans and their families, thank you for everything you've contributed to our nation. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope to see you in the future. Sincerely, Todd Young, United States Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Our next special guest is Colonel Franette D. Taylor, who enlisted in the Army, the Raw Army again, in 1991, where she was commissioned as a second lieutenant into the Ordnance Corps from Officers Candidate School in Fort Benning, Georgia, in April of 1999. Taylor assumed command of the Crane Army ammunition activities on July 20th, 2023. Crane Army ammunition activities safety receives, inspects, stores, ships, renovates, and demilitarizes and manufactures conventional ammunition, missiles, and related components to support Army and the Joint Forces readiness. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a welcome to Colonel Fran Taylor.
Good afternoon. As stated, I'm Colonel Fran Taylor. I'm the commander for Crane Army Ammunition Activity in Crane, Indiana. Our nation was built on the service and sacrifices of our veterans, such as those represented here, and the members of this audience here today, and it's my distinct honor and privilege to be here and be a part of this convention. This audience may be somewhat familiar with Crane Army, but for those who aren't, let me tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. The base itself, Naval Support Activity Crane, is located just over an hour and a half southwest of here, and it dates back to 1941. And since its inception, it has played a critical role in supplying our armed forces and allies around the world with munitions. Crane Army, or Crane, as some say, we like to refer to it, dates back to 1977 when the Army took it over. The mission was realigned from the Navy to the established a single manager for munitions, which the Army took on. Although Crane Army was a new command, it had the benefit of inheriting a seasoned workforce from the Navy that knew the importance of supporting the warfighter. While they had to learn new accounting and reporting procedures and systems for the Army, they continued to execute the mission in a safe and reliable manner that people have come to expect from Crane. Those early Army civilians set the standards we still hold today. Crane Army is NSA's Crane's second largest employer and manages approximately 80% of the land on the base while storing more than a quarter of the DoD's conventional munitions. We also provide oversight for Iowa Ammunition Plant and Letterkenny Munition Center in Pennsylvania. With a combined local payroll of $72 million annually and support agreements to 3 different local Navy organizations that total more than $51 million annually. Crane Army is a vital employer in southern Indiana. Employing more than 700 people, we take the dangerous work of not only ammunition logistics, but also production of flares and illumination tools. I can tell you that every employee understands the dangers of this work and how important safety is every day. Crane Army has been honored 3 times by the Army Safety Center. In our nearly 50 years of existence, Crane Army has established itself as one of the premier depots in our higher headquarters, the Joint Munitions Command. That's just a little history of Crane and its background. Our mission hasn't changed in over the nearly 50 years of its existence, but it has become somewhat complex. Crane Army continues to produce, renovate a wide variety of pyrotechnics, devices such as signaling, illuminating, and projectiles, aircraft, countermeasure flares, marine location markers, and infrared flares. We also continue to conduct demilitarization of pyrotechnics with facilities to support red and white phosphorus, recycling, and yellow D conversion to citric acid. Our 72,000 square foot machine shop is state-of-the-art, complete with all of the bells and whistles of CNC machines with tough alloys and metals and advanced cleaning and finishing capabilities, including chemical cleaning, ultrasonic plating, titronic, atomic absorption, powder coating, and static control. Components of artillery, mortar, pyrotechnics, and various other metal parts are also produced at Crane. In addition to munitions components manufactured, we continue our munitions handling mission for storage, receipt, issue, inspection, and demilitarization. Demilitarization includes open burn and open detonation processes. We incorporate additional advanced technologies in those processes. Lastly, we lead our organization and modernization efforts. As part of the Army and the Army Materiel Command's modernization efforts, we're ramping up efforts at Crane Army. We are expecting significant funding for modernization in the next handful of years. In FY24 alone, we're on track for more than $58 million of Department of the Army funding for modernization. We have several initiatives already started, such as our new pyrotechnic facility, which is ranging about $163 million, and is currently in the design stage with the Corps of Engineers. Over the next few years, we anticipate more than $770 million in funding for those and other modernization projects. We're actively working with our partners in private industry. Public-private partnerships offer a low barrier to entry for small businesses and the synergy of our expertise, facilities, capabilities to offer potential dynamic growth opportunities. These partnerships can bring not only new workload to Crane Army, but can also draw additional partners to our region. We're also working to further partner with academia and seeking to capitalize on capability gaps between research and industry to provide a low-rate initial production and to prove out processes on cutting-edge equipment. The landscape of procurement and production of munitions is rapidly changing at Crane and is working to not just adapt, but to lead the way where we can. Munitions of the future will require modern production bases with the latest capabilities to produce them. Crane Army is making that happen. While the CHIPS Act and the microelectronics promise to bring change to the region, so does the current commitment to judicious production so much more to Crane Army, and could easily, we can talk, for hours about this, especially about career opportunities. The Army's for skill, hands-on trades, and training and development programs, our competitive work-life balance, our commitment to employee well-being, and our commitment to safety and quality. And we might be here too long. So Crane Army's motto, only the best for our world's best, and we strive to live up to that every day. Our nation's warfighters deserve nothing but the best. Thank you again for your time and attention these years. It's been a distinct privilege to be here as a part of this convention and to present Team Crane Army to you today. Thank you very much.
Marines, I hope you heard that, because without the Army, you wouldn't have no bullets. And without Crayola, you wouldn't have no Crayola. Just saying. The Rebels, yeah, I know that. Again, thank you, Colonel Fran, for being with us today. Our next speaker, Dennis Weimer, is the director of IDVA, an Air Force veteran and fellow Legionnaire. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome IDVA Director Dennis Weimer to the podium.
Just asked Chad if I had 30, 40 minutes. That should be fine. I came here once and a person said, hey, could you spread this out to an hour? And I'm like, sure, I can do that. I can talk all day long. So, as I said, Dennis Weimer, I'm Director of the Indiana Department of Veterans Affairs. I've been in this job for 5 years. The main thing I want to highlight today is there's a couple things. One, the governor said it, the partnership, the connectivity, the work that the American Legion does for this state is critical. The leaders of the American Legion in Indiana have done such a wonderful job. Mark Gillian works on our commission and does a fantastic job and represents the American Legion there in an outstanding manner. Honored to have him as a partner and working with us. The mission of the Indiana Department of Veterans Affairs is to support, serve, and advocate for the Indiana veteran community. So you've heard me say that before, but I want to repeat the pieces. Because we do the things that we do. We serve, we've got programs, and I don't have time to run through all of them. But that's where we serve. For our veterans who need help but not in one of our programs, we're there to support you to get you into that federal program, or at times into another state program. And then for those veterans that are having trouble getting through things that need advocacy, we're here to advocate. Your national offices received a letter from the federal VA yesterday, or the day before, about an issue at the VAMC that came through advocacy from one of my staff, where he advocated. He advocated some more. And then he advocated again until he finally got it done. And he's made a change in the state of Indiana and the service for our veterans. That's what we need to do every day, and that's what you do, and that's what our job is to do. The partnership with the Legion is amazingly solid. 2 weeks ago, I was in D.C. At the 80th anniversary of the signing of the GI Bill. So one of your folks from the National Legion was there presenting and talking, Shannon, and it was the Legion who started and did that on the back of an envelope. And it's amazing that I was able to be there because I have a desk in my office from the 4th floor of 777 North Meridian. And it's a reminder every day of what has happened in that building, what has happened around me, and the people who came before me to do the work that we get to do every day. And I'm honored to do that. That event was a powerful event for everyone there, and the federal VA was outstanding in how it recognized the Legion and others for that work that they did. Last night, how many of you know the number of American Legion posts in Indiana prisons? been to them all? I've got 10 under my belt. Yep. If you have an opportunity, you guys have done amazing work with those folks. I missed him today, but I was in Westville on Monday. And I like to say I was in prison on Monday. They let me out. But I was up at Westville, and a gentleman said, "Hey, I'm getting out Wednesday. I need some help." And I said, "We got everything for you at 777. He's coming to Indy, come on in." But he was a solid member of that American Legion post, and we will connect, and we are going to get him connected into the American Legion because he needs that community around him to make sure that he does not go back. But the work that you and your folks are doing in the community, it's critical work. And it's been my honor to see what has happened up there and be able to tell them that they are part of our mission. So I'll close with something I close with every time, which is, if you have a pen, and you have a piece of paper out, or you got a phone, you don't need it because it's on the website, but my cell phone number is 317-509-9859. If you need something, give me a call. I won't be able to help you at all, but my staff will. I know the people, I'm terrible. But I've got the right people in the right place, and we can solve and we can help make problems happen. Can't guarantee 100% solution, but if you need it, do not stop to say, "Well, I can't reach out." Give me a call. My cell phone number is on our website. Give me a call. And I want to just thank you very much for the partnership that you have shown this state, the governor, and the Department of Veterans Affairs. I greatly appreciate it. I've been here 5 years now. I hope to be here longer. We'll see. But thank you very much for your support and for your partnership. It's without that, we would not be in the strong position we are today. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the greeting, Director Weimer. We certainly want to thank you and your folks at the Indiana Veterans Affairs for their hard work on behalf of Hoosier veterans. We in a hurry? Well, I'm just going to make a comment. When he asked how many posts was in there, if anybody had been to all 13 of them, and Steve Sharp held up his hand, and as a past department adjutant, if he would have stayed out of trouble, we wouldn't have had a kid. Now I call on past department commander Mark Gillian to the podium for a special award.
Thank you, Commander. It's a privilege for me today to announce the 2024 Distinguished Public Service Award. Since its inception, this award has become among the most highly prized American Legion honors. Just like in previous years, selecting this year's honoree was not easy, but I know that the person we are about to honor is well deserving of this award. Loretta H. Rush took the office as Indiana's 108th Supreme Court Justice in November 2012 after being appointed by Governor Mitch Daniels. The Judicial Nominating Commission named her Indiana's first female Chief Justice in August of 2014, and she was reappointed in 2019 as Chief Justice. Rush is responsible for supervising the Indiana Judicial Branch. Among her numerous awards, one of her biggest is her support of the problem-solving courts, especially the Veterans Court. She is committed to the dedicated judges and the participants in that program. The 2024 State of Judiciary, she highlighted the importance of the Veterans Court in the Chief Justice's own words. She wrote, "Though the state has limited resource, it is unquestionably wise to use them to help our veterans get stable housing, job training, and catch up on child support. Our problem-solving court data shows thousands of graduates hundreds of thousands of negative drug screens, but the real return on the investment is the number and the qualified metric. It's the reclaim of the veteran's life itself. She's unable to be here, but her plaque says the American Legion Department of Indiana Distinguished Service Award in recognition of the distinguished and honorable service as a patriot, a proven leader of the Indiana Supreme Court, and a proponent of the classical values and the unwavering advocate of Hoosier veterans and their family. The citation is signed by the department commander, and as I said, unfortunately, she's unable to be here today because of other commitments. Commander Oates and I, and the adjutant, presented her with this award in her office, and she has a video remark.
I'd like to thank the Indian American Legion for this unbelievable award. I love Veterans Court. I've been the Chief Justice for the last 10 years. We have started, Veterans Court's actually 11 years old in Indiana. We have 31 Veterans Courts as part of our 160. And the reason that I like them has been the collaboration we've had with other veterans in the state. You well know we have about 350,000 veterans in the state of Indiana. And there is a percentage of them who find themselves in the criminal justice system. And my belief as Chief Justice and the team of us on the Indiana Supreme Court is we need to do better. So we started these courts and we work hand in hand with the Veterans Administration to get them the help that they need so that they're not just a statistic in the criminal justice system, but it takes a lot of people to run the Veterans Courts. I have to thank all the judges that do it. They do it at the top of their job, the probation officers, community mental health, substance abuse, the veterans. A big part of Veterans Court are their peers walk with those veterans as they're going through. And I hope if you haven't been, you will soon go to a Veterans Court graduation because there will not be a dry eye in the house. We have a constitution that talks about principles of reformation as opposed to vindictive justice, and I think our Veterans Courts here in Indiana are the perfect example. I'm very humbled to get this award, but it really is the award for the hundreds and hundreds of people in Indiana that work with these courts to make sure these veterans get what they deserve for the work that they've given our state and country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commander Gillian, and just a word from the judge here while this was going on. She just accepted another 5-year term. Applied for it. So, okay. So, yes, it was an honor to meet her the other day when we was up there, and very dedicated to the veterans. So, again, it's truly an honor to be with her as we presented her that award. I would now like to call on past Department Commander, Mr. Jim Dobby, to the podium for the purpose of an award presentation. Commander.
Thank you, Commander. The Department of Indiana seeks to recognize those Legionnaires who have contributed significantly to the organization through their service to the American Legion and the state of Indiana. As your immediate past commander, it is my privilege to chair this selection committee, and I can tell you that it is no easy task to decide who best deserves this honor. This year, the Department of Indiana is proud to recognize 3 outstanding Legionnaires with the highest honor we can bestow, the Distinguished Service Award. As I call the names of those individuals whose service is to be honored here today, I would ask them to join Commander Oath on the front stage as I tell the audience a little more about them. These are just some of the highlights of their service to our organization. These individuals have accomplished so much more outside of what is read. The 2024 Distinguished Award winners are as follows. Chuck Mason is a 52-year member of the American Legion Department of Indiana, South Haven, Post 502. He married his wife Vicki in 1975. They have 2 daughters and 2 grandchildren. He retired from U.S. Steel in 2015 with 45 years of service. Chuck has served South Haven Post 502 as commander for 2 years and continues to serve as the post adjutant for the past 25 years. Chuck is also a 31-year member of the 40 and 8. He has served in the 2nd District as adjutant, membership chairman, and district commander. Chuck proudly served as department membership chairman for Commander Lowell Wayne Sullivan in 2002-03. Vicki and Chuck still spend time with Rita and the family in Beatty, Indiana. His passion for the Hoosier Boys State program has spanned the last 27 years. Chuck has served as counselor and assistant dean. He currently serves as the department enrollment chair and the associate director for Hoosier Boys State. For the past 23 years, Chuck has had the opportunity to serve with other members across the nation on the National Membership and Post Activities Committee. He is also a member of Anavicus. In his spare time, Chuck has mastered the art of ordering on Amazon. Ladies and gentlemen, Chuck Mason.
But really it belongs to all of you out here. It belongs to the post and the district that support these programs, and I've been honored to serve them. Thank you.
Our next recipient is Paul Smith. Paul Smith is a 35-year continuous member of Post 216 in Middletown, Indiana, and a member of the 10th District. Paul is a dual member eligible due to his father's military service during World War II. Paul spent much of his work career as an auto mechanic working for a General Motors dealership. He shares his life with longtime companion Julie Bowling, and together they have 2 daughters, 3 sons, and 11 grandchildren. Paul earned his eligibility in the American Legion, serving in the United States Air Force during the Vietnam War as a military police officer. Paul has served the Middletown Post 219 in many capacities over his 35 years of membership and continues to serve the post as a member of their board of trustees. He has served the 10th District in many capacities and was elected commander during the year 2009-2010 and has been the district judge advocate for the last 13 or 14 years. Paul's service has held positions on several department committees and was the Department Southern Vice Commander 2014-2015. Is currently serving on the National Health Administration Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Smith.
Thank you to everyone here. I don't know what to say, but thank you.
Our final recipient is past Department Commander Mark Gullion. With the exception of his time serving on active duty with the United States Air Force, Mark has been a lifelong resident of Indianapolis. He has been married to his wife Jeannie for 45 years, has 3 children and 8 grandchildren. Mark enjoys spending his free time with his grandchildren and attending their various events. After his time on active duty, Gullion joined the Indiana National Guard, where he spent another 17 years, retiring from the military with 25 years of service. Around the same time, he was hired by the Marion County Sheriff's Department, now the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department, where he spent 28 years working in various fields, retiring as a detective sergeant in the homicide division. He is a 40-year paid-up-for-life member of Speedway American Legion Post 500. He has held most post offices, including commander. Mark is currently the department legislative chair, serving his 2nd term, and is the National Commander's representative on the National Convention Commission. Mark was given this Distinguished Hoosier Award by Governor Holcomb in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, past department commander, Mark Gullion.
Thank you, and as Chuck said, this would not be possible without everybody's help that's in this room today. Thank you.
These outstanding Legionnaires have an impressive record of service in a variety of post-district and department national offices, and by their service have brought great credit to the Department of Indiana. Of the thousands and thousands of Hoosier Legionnaires of the department in our state's history, few Legionnaires have been given a Distinguished Service Award. We are pleased to include these new honorees among their ranks. Please join me in showing our appreciation to these outstanding Distinguished Service Award recipients. Commander, this concludes my portion of the program. I want to thank you and the entire department for allowing me to chair this committee, and good luck to everyone in the coming year.
Thank you very much, Jim. Now we're going on into the Convention Committee reports. Please welcome the Convention Committee Legislative Chairman, Mr. Mark Gage.
I think this is the last time I'm coming up here this weekend. But anyway, thank you, Commander. The Convention Committee on Legislative Matters met at 9:30 this morning, February the 12th, in Salon City at the Indianapolis Marriott East Hotel. The meeting was opened in proper form by the temporary chairman, Mark Gullion. Lori Bowman was appointed the recording secretary, and my friend Kenny Cooper nominated me to be the permanent chair. There were 11 members present. All districts were represented. There were 3 guests, no committee resolutions, and no money was asked for. Being no further business, the committee chair adjourned the meeting at 9:40. District Commander, this completes my report, and thank you for allowing me to serve.
Thank you again. We will now have the report of the Convention Committee on Rehabilitation and Children and Youth. Please welcome the committee chair, Gina Owens. Gina. I'm just reading what's on the script. All right, Scott Smith. Scott. And you're not as good looking, let me tell you.
Thank you, Commander Oates. The Convention Committee on Rehab and Children and Youth met at 9:30, July 12th in Salon D in proper form. The meeting was opened in proper form by temporary chair Gina Owens. Gina Owens was appointed recording secretary. Scott Smithler was elected permanent chair. There were 11 members present. All districts were represented. There were 2 guests. We didn't have any resolutions. There being no further business to come before the committee, the chair adjourned the meeting in proper form at 09:30. Mr. Commander, that completes the report on rehab and children and youth. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, Scott. I can see right now Gina wiggled her way out of that one. Thank you again for that report. The report on the Convention Committee on Trophies and Awards will be presented, hopefully, by Kevin Thompson. Please welcome Kevin.
Thank you, Commander Oath. The Convention Committee on Trophies and Awards met at 9:41 Friday, July 12th, 2024, in Salon Wilkie Room of the Indianapolis Marriott Hotel East. The meeting was opened in proper form by temporary chair Kevin Thompson. Jill Wildley was appointed recording secretary. Kevin Thompson was elected permanent chair. There were 8 members present. Districts not represented was 4th, 6th, and 11th. There was 1 guest. The committee considered no resolutions. There being no further business to come before the committee, the chair adjourned the meeting in proper form at 9:50. Mr. Commander, that completes the report of the Convention Committee on Trophies and Awards. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Please welcome Roger Hilligoss, Chairman of the Convention Committee on Americanism, to the lectern for his report.
Thank you, Commander Oath. The Convention Committee on Americanism met at 9:30 a.m. Friday, July 12, 2024, in Salon A of the Indianapolis Marriott East Hotel. The meeting was opened in proper form by temporary chairman Roger Hilligoss. Karen Clark was appointed recording secretary. Roger Hilligoss was elected permanent chair. There were 11 members present. All districts were represented. There was 1 guest. The committee considered 0 resolutions. There being no further business to come before the committee, the chair adjourned the meeting in proper form at 9:34 a.m. Mr. Commander, that completes the report of the Convention Committee on Americanism. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
We will now have the initial report of the Convention Committee on Resolution Screening. Here to present that report is the chairman of the committee, Mr. Paul Strait.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commander Bob. The Convention Committee on Resolution Screening and Assignment met at 2 p.m. on Friday, July the 12th, 2024 in Salon B of the Indianapolis Marriott East Hotel East. The meeting was opened in the proper form by temporary chair Paul Stewart. Gina Owens was appointed recording secretary, and Paul Stewart was elected permanent chair. There were 11 members present, representing all 11 districts, and 1 guest. The committee considered 3 resolutions. Resolution number CO24-01, titled Amend the Constitution and Bylaws to add appointment of an additional assistant judge advocate. Resolution C-202402, amend the Constitution and Bylaws to appointment of an assistant chaplain. And Resolution C-2024-03, amend the Indiana Department Constitution to give past department commanders, past national commanders, and past national executive committeemen a vote at Department of Indiana DEC meetings. These resolutions were assigned to the Convention Constitution Bylaws Committee with the recommendation of adopting Resolution C-02402 and not to adopt Resolution C-024-01 and C-2024-03. There being no further business adjourn for the meeting in proper form at 3:10 p.m. Mr. Commander, that completes this portion of the Convention Committee on Resolutions, Screening, and Deciding.
We need a motion to accept the adoption of this report. So moved. It's been moved. A motion's been made. Do I have a second? Second. Okay. We have a motion made and seconded. Any question? Hearing no question, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carried. The report of the Convention Committee on Constitution and Bylaws will be presented by Ron Barley. Please welcome him to the microphone. Ron?
Thank you, Commander. The Convention Committee on Constitution and Bylaws met at 9:30 Friday, July 12, 24. In Salon B of the Indianapolis Marriott East. Meeting was open in proper form by temporary chair Josh Marshall. Jack Platt was appointed recording secretary. Ron Barley was elected permanent chair. There were 11 members present. All districts were represented. There was one guest. The committee received 3 resolutions for consideration. One resolution was recommended for approval with an adoption modification to the language. That was C 2024-02. Award, amend Constitution bylaws to add and appoint an assistant chaplain. No further business to come before the committee. The chair adjourned the meeting in proper form at 9:54. Commander, I move for the adoption of this report without the resolution.
Motion's been made. The judge seconded. Any question? Hearing no question, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carried. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, all. You're coming back.
Resolution C 2024-02, titled Amend Constitution and Bylaws to add appointment of assistant chaplain. Resolved by Post 391, the American Legion Constitution and Bylaws, Department of Indiana, in its regular meeting, let me correct that, the American Legion Department of Indiana, in the regular meeting assembled in Fort Hill, Indiana, on May 14, 2024, unanimously support amending the Department of Indiana Constitution and Bylaws to allow the department commander to appoint an assistant chaplain. And be it further resolved by the 10th District, the American Legion Department of Indiana, the regular meeting assembled in Rushville, Indiana, June 8, 2024, that unanimously support amending the Department of Indiana bylaws to Constitution and Bylaws to allow the department commander to appoint an assistant chaplain. And be it finally resolved by the Executive Committee of the American Legion Department of Indiana at the Department Convention 2024 in Indianapolis, Indiana, unanimously support amending the Department of Indiana bylaws to allow the department commander to appoint an assistant chaplain. Mr. Commander, I move for the adoption of this resolution.
There's been a motion and a second to adopt this. Any question? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Ayes.
Thank you, Mr. Commander, for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Ron. And thank you all for these reports and for the good work of all the committees this year. That completes the reports of the convention committees, but it certainly does not complete the important business of all our delegates. I now call the chairman of the Americanism Commission, Roger Hilligoss, to the stage to announce some Americanism awards.
Commander, delegates, alternates, honored guests. At this time, it is my privilege to announce the winners of the Department Americanism Awards. Each of these winners has demonstrated their dedication to the ideals of the American Legion and the Department's Americanism programs. As the winners are announced, a representative of the post should come forward to receive the award. If there is not a representative present, the district commander should come forward. First award we present today is the Post Blood Donor Award. This award is presented to the post that had participated the most in a blood donor program at their post over the last year. This year, the Post Blood Donor Award goes to Brownsburg Post 331. Would a representative of Post 331 please come forward at this time to accept the award? Thank you, Post 331, and we encourage all posts to continue or get involved in the blood donor program to help save lives. The Brian Wagner Award recognizes this commitment and is given annually to an American Legion post for its outstanding performance in community service during the year. This year's recipient of the Byron Wagner Award is Post 331 in Brownsburg. Would a post or district member come forward to accept this award from the commander? Commander, this concludes the Americanism Award presentations. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in such a meaningful way in the department's annual convention. Thank you for the privilege.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you for the good work, Roger, and congratulations to all the Americanism Award winners. At this time, I will now call on Ron Patterson, Chairman of the Rehabilitation Commission, for the purpose of presenting the Rehab Awards.
Thank you, Commander, delegates, alternates, and distinguished guests. The founding fathers of the American Legion had a vision. That vision was the American Legion would serve veterans, their families, and loved ones upon their return from service to the nation. The Rehabilitation Awards we present today recognize the efforts of our Legionnaires and posts to carry on the vision of our founders and turn that vision into reality. Our first award is the Disabled Veterans Outreach Program Award. This year's award winner is Adam Colon. Is Adam here?
Everybody for the nomination and the award. It really means a lot to me. I appreciate it.
Let's give him a round of applause. Our next award is the Local Veterans Employment Representative is Sam Rogowitzki from the Indiana Department of Workforce. Sam, are you here? If not, we will accept that award on his behalf and make sure that he receives that. Let's give them a round of applause since he's saying. The next award will be the Large Employer of Veterans Award. This year's winner is Modern Forge, Indiana, LLC, located in Maryville, Indiana. Would an office representative please come to accept this?
I just want to say thank you for the award, and we at Minor will continue to try to help veterans through employment opportunities. Thank you.
Commander, this completes the rehab awards for this year. But before I turn the lectern back to you, I'd like to take a few minutes, with your permission, to present a brief review of our accomplishment as the Rehabilitation Commission and as a service office during this past year. And here's my report. Thank you for allowing me to serve as your rehabilitation chairman during the past 12 months. We've accomplished many successful veteran assistance and rehabilitation activities. The unwavering support of department officers, American Legion volunteers, our membership, and a dedicated staff make this possible. The American Legion currently represents nearly 65,000 Hoosier veterans and their survivors with VA claims. This is 7,000 more than last year. In fiscal year 2023, we processed over 20,013 new claims, 6,632 more than the previous year. We also conducted 118 Board of Veteran Appeal hearings within the last year, resulting in more wins than denials. These hearing grants alone won veterans over $1,500,000 in retroactive benefits. Based on actual Department of Veteran Affairs figures, Hoosier veterans and their survivors with American Legion representation received more than $656 million in fiscal year 2023, $135 million more than the previous year. According to VA statistics, veterans with representation receive approximately 34% more in benefits than non-represented veterans. This calculates to our service winnings Hoosier veterans approximately $223 million more during the last year than they would have received without representation. We achieved this by employing a well-staffed veteran service office, offering unsurpassed training to our professional service officers, partnering with the Indiana Department of Veterans Affairs, filing fully developed claims, cooperating with an ever-changing electronic claims processing system, and providing exceptional appeals representation and offering American Legion accreditation to county service veterans officers. In fact, most all of Indiana's 92 counties veteran service officers, plus their assistant service officers, are now American Legion accredited. We're now also operating a full-time American Legion claims intake office at the new State of Indiana Veterans Service Center. This is located within our previous department headquarters, Building 777, North Meridian Street in Indianapolis. You're about done hearing me, but I got just a little bit more. That office provides in-person interviewing and claims filing service more convenient for veterans than our federal building office, with and without appointments and with free parking. During most days now, we have increased our service officer staff at our new claims intake office from 1 to 2. This is in addition to the 7 full-time staff members we have at our federal building veteran service office. Volunteers serving 22 different rehab accounts purchase comfort items and encourage visitations for veterans at VA medical centers and community nursing homes. Donations to the Department Rehab Fund and the foundation help those volunteers distribute 30,000 in comfort items and activities to medically combined veterans during the 2023-2024 fiscal year. We have also an active post-service officer training program. The department website provides most service officers an array of veterans benefits information. Plus, our department service officers conduct training seminars at our midwinter conferences and at department conventions. In fact, we have a post-service officer training seminar scheduled Sunday from 8 a.m. until noon at this hotel. Please encourage your post-service officers to attend. We've also partnered with the National Organization of Bergman and Moore Law Firm in offering professional online new service officer training for County Veteran Service Officers. Our Indiana Veterans Home activities also continue as post districts and individual members donate money and volunteer hours helping residents of the home receive the comforts they deserve. The Department Employee Committee stimulates veterans employment by submitting award nominations to our national headquarters and promoting veterans employment. Our Homeless Veterans Committee continues to draw a large interest. The committee assists homeless veterans by working with and providing grants to establish homeless veterans organizations. The Homeless Veterans Committee also funds the Department Richard R. Quadrin Homeless Veterans Shelter Assistance Program. The Quadrin Fund now awards up to 100 each time a documented, not-for-profit shelter provides homeless veterans lodging. Veterans assistance and rehabilitation is the cornerstone of the American Legion, and the American Legion Department of Indiana treats it as such for the benefit of those we serve. As your Rehabilitation Commission Chair, I thank you once again for allowing me to serve our Department VA&R program during the 2023-2024. That was a mouthful.
Thank you, Ron, for that report, and thank you and the entire service officer, staff, and officers around the department for an outstanding job you all do for our fellow veterans. At this time, I call on the chair of the Department Public Relations Committee, Bridget Hayes, for the purpose of making some presentations.
Commander, fellow Legionnaires, each year the Department of Indiana, through its Public Relations Committee, sponsors competition among our Post newsletter editors for the best publication. We seek to honor the men and women who work to ensure their members are informed and that their Post programs and policies are well read and understood. We do so by presenting the Wayne L. Talbert Award. We recently acknowledged the growth of technology in the communications industry by reducing the number of categories from which the Talbert Award can be selected, and recognizing that all publications are published on computer desktops these days. Our categories are simply Small Post category 500 members or less, desktop publishing; Small Post category 500 members or less, typewritten; Large Post category 501 members or more, desktop publishing; Large Post category 501 members or more, typewritten. Newsletters are judged on several criteria, including compliance with accepted formats, neatness and cleanliness of the layout, the use of photographs, and the proper use of art and graphics. Other considerations include reporting on statewide and local programs, the coverage of Post activities, news versus gossip, editorials, and other articles that serve to motivate Post membership. I will now announce the winners. In the Small Post desktop publishing category, our winner is Post 83 LaPorte. Will a Post representative please come forward to accept the award? In the Large Post desktop publishing category, our Wayne Talbert Award goes to Lafayette Post 11. Will a Post representative please come forward? Congratulations to these two Posts. All of us on the Public Relations Committee urge all Commander, this concludes my portion of the program, and I want to thank Commander Oath for allowing me to serve as Public Relations Committee Chair this year.
Thank you, Bridget. Several years ago, we established a special award to recognize accomplishments and outreach of American Legion posts in their communities. This award has become one of the most prestigious and meaningful awards we give, not only because it's recognizing efforts to serve the community, but it also because such efforts from the most solid underpinning of the Success Membership Program. These posts that compete in this competition are among the best, and the winners are truly outstanding. Please welcome to the podium Michael Wooden, Chairman of the Community Involvement Committee, for the purpose of
Thank you, Commander. It's a privilege for me to present these prestigious awards. As mentioned, they have become among the most prestigious convention awards we present, and therefore it is a great honor for me to present these awards. We present these awards in two categories: posts with fewer than 500 members and posts with more than 500 members. And we have winners in only one category this year. I would like the post commander or representative to join the department commander on the lower stage to accept the award. The winner of the less than 500 member category, the University Veterans Post 360 in the 11th District. Let's give this outstanding Legion post a big round of applause. Mr. Commander, that completes the Community Involvement Awards, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Commander for permitting me to serve as chairman of this important committee.
I'd like to thank the convention chairman for their reports and other chairmen of their committees for their assistance in presenting these awards. It is a special privilege for me to introduce our next guest. She's been an outstanding partner this year, and I know you will agree with me that the Department Auxiliary is the best in the nation because of the leaders like her. Please welcome Madam President Cheryl Freed.
Good afternoon. It is so wonderful to be here with you today. Thank you for letting me crash your party. But it's been a lights, camera, action year, and it's been wonderful working with you all. It's been an honor and a privilege. And I really want to thank you for all the support that you've given to the American Legion Auxiliary, support from the foundation, and from your donations as well. My 3 Presidents projects, one of them was HVAF, and I want to thank you for your support of that, because I was able to give them a check in the amount of $17,000 yesterday. So, my other project, USO of Indiana, I was able to give them a donation of over, about $16,000. I'm sorry, this is like these numbers, $11,499, but you know more is coming. And for Indiana Veterans Home each other, we want to look out for our veterans, and we want to educate ourselves about the issues for our veterans. We want to continue to be the one, of course, which is a mission, ask, listen, reach out. We want to educate ourselves on the PACT Act. There's a lot for us to learn. And I also want to acknowledge the members that are also auxiliary. So those that are auxiliary members, would you please stand? But, you know, you are the stars of this show, and I really appreciate you letting me come out and say hello and give you greetings on behalf of the Department of Indiana. And it's just been a really great year for me, and I hope it's been a great year for all of you. So thank you again. It doesn't end here. Lights, camera, action, starring veterans. Thank you for all you do, and give yourselves a round of applause because you deserve it. Thank you.
And if you need any really good place to eat in Indianapolis area, check out Cheryl's Facebook page. She's always keeping everybody up to date on the neat place to go eat. So, Madam President, again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you. Have a wonderful convention.
I'm also pleased to present another of my leadership partners this year, an outstanding member of the Sons of the American Legion, now serving as SAL Detachment Commander. Please welcome Mr. Paul Rush to the platform.
Thank you for the year. It's been good. I've had a good time. Chad, thank you for guiding me wherever I need to go. I'd like to also thank all you veterans for serving. That's why I'm here. I'm here to support y'all. I appreciate it. I don't have to speak, so I'm winging this baby. So, y'all, I do want to introduce one of our SAL, our NEC, Dave Hansen. Thank you. Our ALL director is SAL, Steve Camp. Thank you. We have dual members here. Could you all stand? Dual is four. And I'd also like to say that I believe our two David Miller's membership chairmen are doing damn good this year.
If you can just tell them apart.
I can't, but I looked at one and he has a better beard than the other one. That's all I can tell. That's all I can say. Anyways, my project is CODA, and Children's Organ Transplant Association is here in Bloomington, Indiana. All the money that I raise is staying here in Indiana. My goal is $65,000. We're just shy of it right now. I have a bet with Florida Department, and I have a bet with New Jersey Detachment. We all at National are getting together, and that's where we decide who wins. I have to provide tenderloins if I lose, so y'all better keep supporting me. And Florida's providing oranges, and New Jersey is providing pizza. But we're still gaining on that. Last I saw, we were around 54,000, but I'm hearing there was a 10,000 raising. Each district has come up with it, and I appreciate the posts and the Legionnaires to help support it too, because you all are right there. And I want to thank you, and every veteran counts. Call a veteran and be the one. God bless y'all.
Thank you, Commander Rush, for those kind words. Last but not least, I would like to introduce the Director of the American Legion Writers, Mr. Jeff Everman.
been my honor and privilege to be the state director for the Department of Indiana American Legion of Riders this year, specifically working with Commander Oath, Auxiliary President Cheryl Threet, SL Detachment Commander Paul Rush. The Riders are all very proud to be a part of the American Legion family, serving as Legionnaires, Auxiliary, or SAL. Members across this great state are all part of the Legion family. Can I ask any Rider members in the audience today to stand? Yeah. I would like to tell you about some of our accomplishments for this past year. With just over 3,000 members, serving in 118 chapters, our members reported that they gave nearly 100,000 hours of their time doing community service and charitable activities. They also reported raising over $500,000 doing fundraising and charitable events that went directly to help veterans, community causes, and supporting their home posts. At department level, my officers and I have continued education of our members, utilizing our Officers Guide and Riders College classes. Our next Riders College class is scheduled for November 3rd, LaPorte Post number 83. I'd like to encourage non-riders to attend to learn more about the American Legion Riders program. There has never been a better time to start a chapter at your post if you don't have one. We have all the tools necessary in place for a new chapter to start up and be a huge asset to your post in your community. Coming up next weekend, on Saturday, July 20th, we are having our second in-state legacy run. The Riders membership voted to donate all proceeds to the Indiana American Legion Foundation for the next 5 years. This is a commitment. Last year we raised $83,474.72, and I didn't read that number. I remember it. I'll probably remember that until the day I die. With your support, I hope to do better than that this year. So if your post, unit, chapter, or squadron has not already donated, please encourage them to do so. Again, it's been a distinct honor to serve with Legion Commander Bob, Auxiliary President Cheryl, and our SAL Commander Paul, and I wish them the best in their future endeavors. Thank you.
And I tell you what, I hope that the next person that takes this position takes the chance and rides on that ride. We didn't ride, we rode, and we stayed a lot drier than the riders did last year, but it was a super day, and when we all gathered up there at Post 64, it was a fantastic afternoon. So thank you so much, Jeff, and all you riders. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been a busy afternoon, and we're at the end of today's session. Don't all run out at once. I'm asking your cooperation in ensuring maximum participation at tomorrow morning's general session, which will begin at 8 p.m. sharp. I'm just checking. And then you're right on the ball. You gotta throw them in there. You gotta just check and make sure you know where you're at. So yes, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Now the Marines will be all messed up tomorrow because they check time anyway. But it's 8 a.m. sharp. And let's see, for the Marines, let's see, Mickey will be standing something. We have an extremely full schedule to complete tomorrow, and we look forward to a busy and productive Legion Day. And now, our department adjutant will conduct the first prize drawing for the convention and give you whatever necessary announcements that have to come your way. So, Chad.
Thank you, Commander. All right. I'm gonna be reading red ticket. 519. So far, so good. 775. 519-775. All right, going once. Going twice. Draw on another one. Red ticket 219019. 219019. Come on up to the $50 bill store.
Paul, we'll just put this right in the collection. That's where all of our collections go.
Kenny Cooper trying to push you over again, Commander? All right, a couple quick announcements. National Convention registration is due by the end of this weekend. So get it to Debbie by the end of the weekend if you want to go to National Convention. Speaking of National Convention, and I'll go into this a little bit deeper tomorrow, the National Commanders Dinner at the National Convention is sold out. Now, we don't know just yet if they're gonna open more tables, so if you paid for a ticket, we're gonna hold on to it because I think I would hope as many states didn't get a chance to buy tickets this year, that they're gonna open some more tables. It's not just us, Florida, New Jersey, Delaware, there's a bunch of them that are not really happy right now that they're already sold out for the National Convention, National Commanders Convention dinner. Our Colts flag game will be August 11th this year, here in a couple weeks. Quick turnaround. There are 200 spots left open on the flag. It is on our website. Should you like to sign up and be there, it is a pretty fun time. And then lastly, the one-man band is not here tonight, so just continue with your festivities this evening without the one-man band. Commander, that's it so far.
And the reason the one-man band is not here, I forgot my ukulele and my cymbals. That might be for the best. Thank you, Chad. If I could ask the department chaplain to come back to the podium and give us our benediction. Please rise.
Commander, if I might take just a moment of personal privilege, I appreciate all the comments about Marines and your support. You know how much we love our Army brothers and sisters. But I just want to remind you, while all branches of service have a song, only the Marines have a hymn. With that, let us be in an attitude of prayer. Gracious God, thank you for our gathering today, for the awards given, the countless hours of service, the great funds that have been collected and distributed. We thank you for blessing our American Legion and the efforts that we have. Send us forth with your heavenly benediction. And may we be mindful that, of the Gold Star families, the families of the prisoner of war missing in action. While all of us know the sacrifices, because all gave some, there were those who gave all. And certainly these families know the cost of freedom. May you bless them and continue to bless them as they mourn the loss of their loved ones. And we as a grateful nation say thank you. Now send us forth that we might continue our service to you. For it's in your heavenly name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And a further announcement from the chaplain, he will be holding a service tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, 5:30. See, I was checking you out again there. Thank you, Steve. Yeah. But if you go down at 5 o'clock, you can get the front row. Okay? And I tell you, it will be well worth your time to spend with our chaplain and his service. The session of the 105th Annual Department Convention stands in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow. The colors being in place, render a hand salute. 1, 2. We are in recess.
This is your 5-minute warning. Please make your way to your seats. Please turn off all electronic devices or you will be fined $10 a time. So do not make sure you find them if they go off.
1 minute. The convention will come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Sergeant of Arms, secure the doors and join with me in a salute to our colors by the number. 1, 2. There's $10. I now call on Department Chaplain Norris Kern for the invocation.
Shall we be in an attitude of prayer? O gracious God, this is the day that you have made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for our 105th convention, and we thank you for all the honors and awards that lie before us that we can bestow on people, and we celebrate the life of the American Legion. Put your blessings upon us that we might continue to give you glory in all that we do. And we pray that you would watch over our troops across the globe, whether in harm's way or doing their diligent duty. We know harm is always around those moving heavy equipment, doing their jobs. We pray that you would protect them and preserve them and watch over those who keep the home fires going. And we always remember our prisoner of war and our missing in action and the Gold Star families. Now may we give you praise and glory, for it's in your holy name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Each year during the state convention, we pause to honor those legionnaires and veterans who have preceded us to the post everlasting. It is through their inspiration that we continue onward, fulfilling the obligations we feel for one another. Thank you for being here this morning to pay tribute to those men and women who have served our state and our nation so well. At this time, I will call upon members of the 19 Club and past Northern Vice Commander Don Cole to conduct the memorial service. Don.
temporary shrine is a symbol of the vessel of light, exuding the flame of the eternal existence of the spirit of man. Company Commander Bob Oath and Auxiliary President Cheryl Treat, please advance and place the memorial wreath. I ask those of you at attendance today to join me in silence without hymns in memory of those who have made the supreme sacrifice and have answered the call of the great commander of all nations. I now call on President Treat for her remarks.
Symbolic of the simple resting place of one who served our country is the white cross, surmounted by the helmet which you see in front of you. Physically, it's the key element in a temporary shrine. Spiritually, those of us viewing it today will retain its memory as long as such remembrance remains part of our being. By the symbolism of the eternal flame of life, we today make known to all nations of the earth the faith of the American people in the Creator, through whose guidance and solicitude this great country has come into being. As long as we, his people, walk in his path and obey his precepts, the future of our beloved land is assured. On the other side of the symbolic flame of eternal life rises the flag of an unbeatable and imperishable America. Proudly it waves its majesty, denoting defiance to its common foes of evil and aggression. It was the privilege and the duty of the patriotic Americans being memorialized today to lay down their lives in the service of the United States of America. By such sacrifice, they likewise served, in a worldwide sense, the hundreds of millions of their fellow men who seek to preserve the freedoms as they know such blessings in their own countries and communities. Thus, our tribute today is more than merely recognition of service to country alone. Encompassed within its observance is the knowledge that they, whose embodiment of spirit rest before us, contributed their lives to the service of all mankind. With some light paraphrasing, the Requiem of Robert Louis Stevenson portrays better than any words of mine the spirit of the veterans whose souls and deeds we memorialize here today. Under the wide and starry sky, dig the grave and let me lie. Glad did I live and gladly die, and laid me down with a will.
Thank you, Madam President. It is now my privilege to present Department Commander Bob Oath for you, Chief Commander.
Words may not heal the remorse of having lost a son, a daughter, husband, neighbor, or friend. But we can review their lives of those who have given so greatly for our country. We can bear pride with their service to our nation and know that from their ultimate sacrifice, our lives have progressed. Those who served and died over there, the many who perished in the Second Great War, the soldiers of Pork Chop Hill, Inchon, and and the veterans who have fought for the ideals in Vietnam. The veterans of Beirut, Grenada, Panama, and those who gave their lives in the Middle East conflict for such of this century. Indeed, all veterans who have given this nation a chance for a new life. That new life is evident in our very existence today, for we do not cower under any rules of Nazism. We do not worship a pretend emperor of God. We are not subject to the whims of religious tyrants. Our nation continues to be the flagship of freedom for the planet Earth. We retain our rights under the Constitution. Our citizens honor God in their own ways. We enjoy freedoms that are little thought of in our daily lives, and yet they would be sorely missed if they were suddenly gone. So it is to these men and women, these veterans of the past, to our veterans of the future, that we turn our thoughts and thanks. We give thanks for all that we are. We give thanks for that America that has been and will be. And we know our hearts that it was through their service and sacrifice that our future will continue to be bright under the democracy rule of the people. The citizens of the entire world are the debtors of our nation's veterans for what they have given.
Commander, it's also my duty to report that we have lost many members among our ranks during the past year. Honoring your memory, we will now conduct our post-everlasting ceremony. I would ask that all present please remain silent. The brazier be in place, the equipment for our ceremony be in place. We will proceed. This moment is sacred, with the almost visible presence of those who have gone before us. We come to honor the memories of those who offered their lives in the service of their country. And we are now enrolled in a great spiritual army whose footfalls cause no sound, but whose souls, in memory of men, go marching on, sustained by the private service of the time of war. Because of them, our lives are free. Because of them, our nation flourish. And because of them, our world is blessed. May this service strengthen our reverence for our departed comrades. Will you please place a symbolic American Legion cap on the rifles? This is in remembrance of our departed comrades from the cavalry branch of the United States Armed Forces. I will now ask Comrade Chaplain Norris Kern to please offer prayer.
Shall we be in the spirit of prayer? Almighty God and Heavenly Father, who has dominion over life and death, grant to us the grace to remember with love and reverence our valiant and honored departed comrades. Grant peace and eternal rest to those who have gone before us, and make us ready for that last hour. And gracious God, we remember that we never assemble twice with the same group. Every year more have gone to be with you, and more have come in. And such is the cycle of life. We thank you for the memory of those dear ones, and we also pray for all the loved ones and the members of the SAL who have passed on also. We ask that you would strengthen and console those who are in sorrow and bestow upon us thy everlasting blessing. For it is in your holy and eternal name that we pray. Amen.
Please transmit this letter containing the service and Legion records of our department comrades to Post Member Lessons. And salute. Commander, I wish to thank you on behalf of the 19 Club for allowing its members to conduct the memorial service again this year. They are just the latest in a long line of Legionnaires who have been privileged to conduct this service. That concludes our memorial service. Commander.
Don, a special thanks goes to you and the 19 Club for putting on another wonderful memorial service. Ladies and gentlemen, please bring your attention to the video screen as Indiana American Legion Foundation video will highlight how your donations have made an impact this year.
My experience so far has been wonderful. I didn't expect to be county head so far, and I'd say my experience has definitely exceeded what I expected.
My papa went here many years before, and he really enjoyed it, and I thought that I'd enjoy it as well.
So I was looking around for all the opportunities and things like that that I could add to my resume, but also still have a good experience, and that's how I came to hear about Boys State.
I've really enjoyed the past 2 days, and I'm really excited for the next 3 days. I mean, I've gotten to meet so many new people my age from all over the state, which is an experience I haven't really had.
The camaraderie, especially with my county, has been fantastic. I've made loads of friends.
Green Boys State has exceeded my expectations, I think, just in terms of like our involvement and what we're able to do. There's nothing I haven't really done as autonomous as it is. Post 706 sponsored me to come to Boys State. It's honestly been nothing but an honor. I know a lot of the guys are talking about how this program's $300, so they want to have a $300 experience. So I definitely feel like I had that $300 experience here. I've had nothing but fun. I definitely would like to thank my post, 706, for sponsoring me to come here. Without that investment in me, I wouldn't be sitting here today, and I wouldn't have had the opportunity to run for the positions I ran for, even meet some of the friends I met. So 100% thank you, Post 706.
I didn't know we'd have like this much fun at the camp, honestly. Thank you guys so much for letting us come here, because I know some people maybe couldn't come here if they don't have enough money for it. Since the American Legion sponsors it and now it's free, everyone can enjoy it if this is something that they want to do.
I always wanted to know more about law enforcement. I've always wanted to be a police officer since I was a little kid, and I've heard good things about this camp, so I figured why not give it a shot. It's been really good so far.
I wanted to come back because I love it here so much, honestly. Yeah, I just really want to be a trooper.
it's quite interesting learning about, and like all this, I didn't know a lot about the flag, and I'm very interested in history. And so this, if you're interested in history, you really like this. It really just boosts my confidence because I'm writing a book, and this proves that I have great writing skills, and it kind of just gives me a confidence boost.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've never had this opportunity before, and it's been like a miracle.
Just thank you for serving the country, and thank you for giving me this amazing opportunity. I'm really grateful for it. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the passion that you put into the youth of the world. I hope I have kids in it one day, and I hope that they can grow in it, and I hope that I'm still part of coaching and growing kids up in this way.
I think that one of the most important skills to have as a human being is to know how to use your voice, how to communicate the thoughts and the convictions that you have in your heart. And I think American Legion is one realm in which young people like me have the opportunity to sharpen those skills. Made me feel very thankful to God and my family who helped prepare me, and especially to the American Legion. It's also helped me to have more respect for the people in the American Legion, and specifically veterans as a whole. And also given me more discipline to take time aside from my daily life to work on these speeches and to think about what I'm really investing in for the future, which would be an easier financial situation. I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you for your sacrifice, not only on the battlefield, but also investing in the American Legion. You take away time from your own family in both lights. And yeah, thank you for all you've given for us.
That was my goal, to help our Indian members get their benefits. Even it's real hard one, knowing that with everything that we do in this office has helped that veteran and that family get their rating. But when they come back, if they're injured or whatever, they need to get those benefits. Okay, they did their time. We all have in this office. Yeah, I could go work for the VA, be making $100,000 a year. We don't do this for the money. Jennifer, she does it because she loves helping our veterans. John Heather does it to help the veterans. Steve Grader, Stuart Hall, we do it to help our veterans. I do the recognition is to get in there and help our fellow veterans.
I love it. And when they call and they say, hey, I got this large amount of money in my account and I don't know why, and if I get to tell them, hey, you were granted, you get to keep all that, it just makes my day. Absolutely makes my day. I can tell you that in the processing of claims, a lot of times we're doing well over 100 claims a day. Out of retrospect, just the one part of our job. So that's 100 veterans a day right there, typically, that we're helping.
Veterans benefits are not a welfare program. They earn no benefit. You know, veterans have sacrificed, a lot of them sacrificed their lives, parts of their bodies, their minds, and they need to certainly be compensated. Well, the American Legion has been around since 1919. We were established to help veterans, and that's what we're doing. We work with people who have sacrificed part of their life. And most of those people continue that throughout their lifetime, and they are very appreciative of what they do.
I enjoy what I do. I like talking to veterans, hearing their stories, and I really enjoy when I get a call back from one of them that we've won big for them, so they're really happy about it. This job is extremely important because there are so many veterans that do not understand the benefits that they can get, and a lot of them may file a claim and they do it slightly wrong because they do it on their own and they don't necessarily word things correctly for VA and they get denied. Without a service organization like this helping them, some vets would go without any disability where they are definitely entitled to it and should have it. A lot of vets have mental health issues coming back from overseas and or the different myriad of illnesses associated with the burn pits. Would they have been anywhere near those things that have been for me in the military? No. And now they do have a lot of issues. So some of them have recently died who were only over there a few years, and their families need to be taken care of. And that's part of the services we help provide. Funding dried up for this, it would go to all the people out there doing this just to make money. And they're basically going to kick anybody to the curb that's not guaranteed to get something. And a lot of these people, it takes a fight, and those people are not going to do it.
At this time, I ask Northern Vice Commander Wayne Zeman to assume the podium as I step aside momentarily to bring greetings to the Department of the Auxiliary and the SAL members who are currently in session.
Consider it an honor, Commander. Thank you. At this time, I believe the Department Adjutant has some information to share with you concerning the National Convention.
Thank you, Commander. If you weren't here yesterday, I made the announcement that unfortunately the National Commander's Banquet is sold out as it is right now. So we're trying to get some tickets, so if you have already put money in, then we're gonna hold on to it. We'll refund it if we don't get tickets for that event. Another thing that I want to bring forward today is National Convention Chairman Mike Walton. He is a retired police chief from the city of Springfield, Illinois. Brought before our National Executive Committee at the spring meetings, a friend of his who was an FBI agent called him and said, "Hey, I know what you do with the Legion, with conventions. I want to let you know that there is intelligence that something is going to happen here in the United States. We just don't know who, what, when, where, or why." So what better place for someone to take advantage of a bunch of veterans and their families than our national convention. So I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm just saying we need to be vigilant, as we should anywhere, whether it be here, New Orleans, Tampa. You always need to be vigilant of your surroundings. If you see something, say something. There is, very simply, it could be a box, a backpack, laying in the middle of the floor. It just looks out of place. But everybody dismisses it because it's simply that, a backpack. Well, what could that backpack be? Just a real quick story. I was picking my daughter up at the airport a couple weeks ago, and I had noticed a backpack that was sitting right by the terminal pickup. And I saw the red and blue lights coming, so I knew what they were coming for. Luckily I threw Deanna in the car, threw her bags in the car, so let's get out of here before we get trapped in this place. And sure enough, here comes all the folks to take care of it. Now, was it just a simple backpack? Probably. The other thing is, do not walk around New Orleans by yourself. Walk with pairs. Multiple pairs is better. We're about probably a short walk to a casino and a little bit longer walk to that big famous Cafe Du Monde and the French Quarter. Do not go down by yourself. Go in pairs. Just take care of one another, and we'll all be fine. Cam, do we have a real quick video, I believe? Just a couple quick things that we saw while we were at our advanced trip. Be prepared to have a good time. It's going to be fun. Commander's Party's going to be pretty fun. So go down there and have a good time. A couple small little surprises possibly that could happen. And lastly, as it was just whispered in my ear, what are the reciprocities for Louisiana? Louisiana does accept Indiana's concealed carry permit, and they are a constitutional carry state. However, you have to have a driver's license to go with the constitutional carry like we do here. So if you have an Indiana concealed weapons permit, you'll be fine. However, it is very likely that one, if not both, of the candidates for President of the United States will be there. So that means the Secret Service will be there. And if you've ever been to a convention where the Secret Service is there, be ready for long lines. Make it easy on yourself. Do not have any metal on your person when you go through those metal detectors, because they will not hesitate to kick you back to your room to drop off a little bitty pocket knife or nail clippers or anything like that. So, Commander, thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Our next group of guests works for Hoosier veterans and their families every day. Because of the work they and their departments do, veterans and their families are covered at every turn. Our first guest this morning is the DAV Department of Indiana Adjutant, Jason Black.
Good morning. Yeah, so I was told that I was first up, so I get to take approximately half an hour of your time. No, absolutely kidding. It'll be less than 5 minutes, I promise. On behalf of the DAV Department of Indiana, I want to personally extend a thank you for the amazing line officers that you have had on the American Legion side of our family of organizations. It's been an honor working with every single one of the officers that I've had the pleasure of working with, from Commander Oath, the amazing gentleman sitting right next to me, Mark Gillian, Kenny, for all of the legislative efforts that we've done over the last year. Our organizations have different ways of accomplishing the mission, but essentially it's the same mission. I challenge every single one of us over the upcoming year to make even more progress than we've done in the past years. Again, keeping it very, very short, thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you over the next year.
Thank you, Adjutant Black. We look forward to many more years together to be the one for all veterans in Indiana. Next, we welcome the VFW Department of Indiana Commander, Corey Mann.
Good morning, comrades. How are we doing today? Fantastic. First off, thank you so much for letting me be here. I would like to share a short little story. A few weeks ago, I was at my convention. Somebody stood up here and said, I've been asked to say a few words, but I don't know a few words. I only know a lot of words. And I can tell you that guy was not lying. He knew a whole lot of words. Fortunately for you, I don't. I only know a few words, so I'll be very quick. Thank you so much for the hospitality last night. I visited a whole bunch of your hospitality rooms, had a lot of fun, got to talk to a lot of great people, good conversation. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for working alongside us with the Big Four, working on legislative priorities. It's because of us that we can get this done for veterans, so thank you for that. Commander, thank you for allowing me to visit. I look forward to working this year and next year, making the lives of our veterans better. Age always comes up whenever I'm around. And I want to briefly touch on that. It's great to have a bunch of young people. That's awesome. But it's not just the young people. We need a mixture. And that's what makes the organizations move forward. There's a lot of expertise and experience with people who have a higher number associated to them than I do. And we really need to take advantage of that. So yes, please make changes to attract younger members, but also take care of the members you have now, and also try to get in the 40, 50, 60 members that are still out there that aren't members right now. Lastly, I'd just like to say that if you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to talk to you afterwards. Also, I know Dave Hammonds, are you here? Junior Vice Commander, he would absolutely talk to you as well. And I know Buzz is also here. Buzz Webberding, past State Commander. So if you have any questions for us, if you are curious about membership, anything like that, we'd be glad to talk to you about that. And if you could, in true millennial fashion, would you mind if I take a quick selfie? Is that all right? All right, here we go. Can we get a big cheese? All right, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. And if there's anything I can do for you, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Mahan. We also look forward to many more years working together to be the one for all veterans in Indiana. Try to contain yourselves, okay? Next up is Hugh Dagley, who is a representative for the Legionnaires Insurance Trust, as he brings us up to date on the many benefits of this longtime partner in the Department of Indiana. Please welcome past Department Adjutant Hugh Dagley.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that warm welcome. I'm so accustomed to that, I could, I have two long speeches right here. I'm not going to use either one of them. I am the trust director for the Legionnaires Insurance Trust. There are 49 departments that are a part of the trust. It's an insurance program, and it benefits the departments. I'm going to tell you something you've heard from me several times. It's that since we joined the trust in 1991, $3.5 million has come to the Department of Indiana through share of premium. This year alone, we got $5,000 from what you all have done, your other members who are enrolled in the different programs. But I think you know about the LIT. You've seen the booth out there. I'm set up to answer any questions you have. I have videos out there that will be running throughout the day about the programs that are available to you. What I want to talk to you about very briefly, and then I'll sit down and shut up before you start throwing things, that is that there is an annual award called the Weigel Award. It's named for one of the founders of the LIT. And that award encourages membership initiatives. It rewards successful membership initiatives. And I want to shout out to David Miller, who has done yeoman's work, and Bobo, who really backed David to the hilt to get his membership program to work and be successful. And I also want to commend the members of the Finance Committee who were very prudent in the management of the membership budget. Our membership program was the first place winner among the 49 departments. That generated $12,000 for the Department of Indiana through the efforts of the membership people. And I just want to say that your participation in the Legionnaires Insurance Trust is the reason that we're able to report such positive results. We're going to continue. I will be continuing with the Legionnaires Insurance Trust for the next several years, as long as I'm able to stand up and I don't get thrown out, which is not unusual for me. But in any event, this is a good program, and I encourage you to stop by and take a look at the programs that are available, the protection that's available for you, and let me answer questions for you. All right? Other than that, thanks. Bye-bye.
forward to our continued partnership with the LIT. This next speaker this morning is the Assistant Director of the Marion, Illinois VA that serves most of southwestern Indiana. Dr. William Irwin began his VA career in 1997 and is a proud Navy veteran. Please welcome Assistant Director William Irwin.
I was worried that a master at arms was going to catch me with a shepherd's crook on the way up. I was coming the wrong way. Thank you for letting me be here this morning. Like he introduced me, I'm Billy Irwin. I'm at the Marion, Illinois VA. I'm actually at the Evansville Healthcare Center, so I was fortunate enough for my office to be located here in Indiana. On behalf of the entire healthcare system, including our Evansville and Vincennes locations, that's where we are in Indiana. I bring greetings from the director, from the rest of our staff. We have such a fantastic group of American Legion and auxiliary volunteers who do just a tremendous job of helping us serve veterans. And one of the things that I am really appreciative of is how much the impact is on our veterans who have food insecurity. I know we have benefited greatly from, particularly from some American Legion volunteers and others associated with Legion who have helped us with our food pantry donations. We have food pantry at every location, some monetary donations, Christmas for veterans, Walmart gift cards, duffel bags for homeless veterans. The list goes on. We have a volunteer who is works at the entrance as a red coat ambassador in Evansville, who's there like clockwork. He's been a volunteer since 2013 and is there 2 to 3 days a week every year. It just is tremendous. We're all in this together, and it's a great partnership between the VA and the American Legion. One piece of news I have for those who might be interested, we have a new Vincennes clinic coming on board. It's been delayed and delayed and delayed. Looks like it's going to be mid-August before we open up, but that seems pretty fun at this point. I think we'll be sending out some info on the grand opening and ribbon cutting and send out invitations to those who want to be there. So thank you again. Have a good convention.
Thank you, Dr. Irwin, for what you do for the veterans in Southern Indiana. Now, I would like to introduce the Hoosier Boys State Director, Rich Brown, for an introduction and a few presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Commander. It's my pleasure to be here today to highlight some of the young men who excelled this year during Hoosier Boys State. I would like to first announce the Hoosier Boys State Governor, Otto Drake, from the 6th District, sponsored by the Westfield Education Development. Otto goes to Westfield High School. It's my pleasure to ask Hoosier Boys State Governor Drake to the front microphone for any remarks.
Good morning. My name is Otto Drake, and I was honored with the privilege of serving as governor for the 85th session of Hoosier Boys State. My time at Hoosier Boys State held true to the slogan, "A week to shape a lifetime." I had the opportunity to connect with some of the state's best and brightest young men and learned the ins and outs of being an informed citizen of the greatest nation on earth. Throughout my campaign and service as governor, I was able to meet over 100 students from across the state and really learn how diverse a place Indiana really is. Like, there was this guy in my dorm who told me the night before he came here, he hunted his dinner. And I'm from the suburbs of Westfield. I'm hunting the pantry. You know what I'm saying? How do we live in the same state? It's incredible. Additionally, these interactions gave me a network of like-minded kids my age to grow alongside and work through throughout college and eventually the careers. I still talk to these guys today. It's been 3-4 weeks.
Congratulations again to Otto. Each year, the most coveted award at Hoosier Boys State is the Breedlove Outstanding Citizen Award. This award is named in honor of Barnett W. Breedlove, or Barney for short. He was the motivating force behind Hoosier Boys State for close to 50 years. The Breedlove Outstanding Citizen Award winner exemplifies all the traits that Barney believed in so strongly. At this time, it's my honor to present the runner-up for the Breedlove Outstanding Citizen Award from LaPorte, sponsored by the 3rd District, Daniel Leffert. Daniel goes to New Prairie High School.
Hey guys, what's up? I want to talk to you a little bit about my experience at Hoosier Boys State. I think it was a really awesome experience, and I'm definitely going to suggest it to everyone I talk to from here on out, because it was something that I never thought I'd be able to do, and something I would do again in a heartbeat. So, on the first day of Hoosier Boys State, you go through and you select county chairs and state chairs, and I didn't get selected for anything, so I was like, oh, this is done, I'm going to spend the next week just making friends. But then I had this realization one night. I was praying, and I had this realization that I wasn't going to be able to fix anything there, but I could make friends, and I could meet people, and I could make a difference in actual people's lives. So I went out and I started talking to people and making friends, and just trying to make our dorm a better place. And so then towards the end of the week, I got selected for the Breedlove Award, and that was super awesome, and I was super honored. And it was just, I don't know, the county that I was in, Henderson County, it felt like a family, and I don't think I'll ever be able to get to that spot again with anyone else. So thank you, all of you, for helping us and giving us that experience. I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you, Daniel. Next is our first place Barney W. Breedlove Outstanding Citizen Award recipient. This award goes to Cole Ramsey from the 6th District, sponsored by Post 218. Cole goes to Western Boone High School and lives in Thorntown. Cole?
Good morning, everyone. So I just want to start off by saying I know you all will have the opportunity this weekend to hear many speeches, and I certainly will not be the best. So I'm going to try to keep this brief. So yeah, like you heard from the other two delegates to Boys State, it was an awesome experience. Like Otto said, there were over 180 kids there. I tried to meet as many as I could, but with 180 and only about 5-6 days, it was pretty tough. But I think I might have gotten to it by the last day. But yeah, it was awesome. I got to meet some of the top students from across the state. There we had kids from all the way from East Chicago. We had kids all the way from down south, towns I've never heard of. And it was a pretty awesome experience. So I just want to express some gratitude to you all for providing that opportunity to us and giving us a chance to connect with each other, learn how the state government works, learn how to be citizens of this country that we all love. So yeah, thank you all.
Cole and Daniel will be the Indiana representatives at American Legion Boys Nation, taking place in Washington, D.C. later this month. Congratulations, men. I would like to recognize all our districts for their outstanding support in sending delegates to Hoosier Boys State. We saw a 5% increase in delegates this year over last year, and this next year, I know we can do much better. We would love for our post to sponsor even more young men to attend this life-changing program. I'd also like to recognize my counterparts from Hoosier Girls State. Hoosier Girls State Director Sue Ware and Assistant Director Nancy McGinnis have joined us to my left and your right. The partnership between Hoosier Girls State and Hoosier Boys State is extremely important, and I couldn't be more grateful for the teamwork that we've been able to take part in over these last 2 years. Congratulations to our winners today. We hope it continues well into the future. Mr. Commander, this concludes my portion of the presentations. I want to thank all those who supported our 85th session of Hoosier Boys State, and we're looking forward to next year already. I also want to thank all our staff and volunteers for all of their hard work this year to make 2024 another successful program year for our great Hoosier Legion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich, for those presentations. You and the entire department can be proud of these young men. And if I could please direct your attention to the screens for another video.
My name is Suzanne Smith, and I serve in the Indiana Army National Guard as a 65 Delta, which is a physician assistant throughout my entire career. And the most significant part of my service was when our company was deployed to Iraq and Kuwait shortly after 9/11. In addition to just the experiences I had as a physician assistant, I also experienced sexual assault trauma while I was there. That was very traumatic and has continued to affect me to this day. And on top of that was that I had an injury where I basically fell into a deep ditch and injured my neck, and it caused paralysis in my upper extremities. It required surgery, which did not turn out, which had a poor outcome, and so I have had limited mobility in my upper extremities. When I came home, of course, and I think a lot of veterans feel this way, they don't understand or recognize the baggage they come home with, and I didn't recognize mine. I just wanted to get back to my 4 kids and my husband and my life that I had missed for 2 years. I didn't understand the guilt I felt about coming home when others didn't. And I didn't understand the anger that I had with the things that I saw, the things I did, and the things that happened to me. And so it took me several years and through the VA to understand and accept that I wasn't the same person. And it created a lot of problems and a lot of issues. And I'm grateful that I found people who can help me get on that track and figure out the things I needed. And after 15 years, I figured out that one of the last things I needed was a service dog. Dobby is a little dog with a humongous heart. Some of the things that Dobby has come to do for me, he is very in tune and very sensitive to my emotion. He can sense when I am anxious, and he will distract me from my anxiety by licking my face. If we're out in public and I'm anxious where we're at, and I need to get out, all I have to do is say, Dobby, find the door, and he heads for a door, and he takes me to a door. When people look at Dobby, they look at this little 5-pound Yorkie, and it's like, how can this dog be a service dog? People think of service dogs as being bigger, 30, 40, 50-pound dogs, but for me, and my needs and my mobility issues, a smaller dog is much easier for me to handle, so that's why he's perfect. If I have objects that I need retrieved, like my keys or my phone, or if I drop paper or pencils on the floor, he's able to retrieve it for me and bring them to me. When the opportunity to get Dobby came up, I was hesitant at first because I wasn't sure what a dog could do for me. But I am just totally amazed with Dobby and ICANN and the things that have happened for me and with me and together with Dobby that I never thought could happen. I never thought I could feel happy. I never thought I could feel emotion. I never thought I could go out in the daytime to a store. And now I can start to do those things, to be normal. And I couldn't be there, and I wouldn't be there without Dobby. I don't even want to imagine where I might be right now. I can't imagine my life without him, and what ICANN has done with me and with Dobby. It's a partnership that I never thought I would have with anybody or anything, and I feel so grateful to have it. I feel very lucky.
Seen that a few years ago under Commander Gillian's year, the department made a donation to ICANN and to the service dogs, and I don't think I know he didn't, because they presented me with the plaque that's in the office there at headquarters from ICANN. And just a little bit more information. David invited me, David Miller last year, said, hey, you need to come to Cherubisco and for a fundraiser up there. And it was for ICANN, they're part of Cherubisco's post, and I tell you what, if you get a chance next year, I'm sure it's going to be about the same time. And David, remind what year or what month was that? It was a little chilly yet, but we're debating. Yeah, that sounds like a good month. Yeah, just maybe they'll publicize it, get it on the department website. But it was a great afternoon, great evening, really some fine entertainment and some good bourbon. I think they had, didn't they? And some cigars. And as my wife said, I want a bottle of that and that and that and that of the wine that's from that area. All, and they had a charitable auction. So they do a great job up there and raise money for ICANN. It's a very great program, and to get these people lined up with their service dogs. So thanks for playing up that video there. This morning, we are privileged to present 2 awards that recognize one of the most outstanding programs in the American Legion, the American Legion Riders. This group of Legion family members are untiring in its efforts to honor our fallen comrades, raise funds to benefit children, youth, and support the programs and concerns of the American Legion. To honor them this morning is the American Legion Riders Director, Mr. Jeff Everman. Jeff, please go ahead.
Thank you, Commander. It is an honor and privilege for me to be here today to present the Indiana Chapter of the Year and the Chapter of the Year Awards. The mission of the American Legion Riders is to support the American Legion, and we believe this year's award recipients represent the best examples of how that mission is accomplished. I'd like to call the American Legion Riders Advisory Committee Chairman Lonnie Boyce to the front stage with Commander Oath for the presentation of the awards. For our first award, Rider of the Year. A rider must be nominated. Nominations are made and submitted to their district ALR chairman for consideration. Each district will select only one to bring forth to the ALR Oversight Committee at spring conference, where they vote on the one recipient for the previous calendar year. By the election of the ALR Oversight Committee, for her commitment to her post-chapter and community, it is my pleasure to announce that our very own American Legion Riders State Secretary, Mary Lou Melton, from the 9th District, Mitchell, Chapter 250, as the Department of Indiana American Legion Riders Rider of the Year for 2023. Jerry Melton, District 9, ALR Chairman, and Mary Lou's husband will join the Commander and Lonnie on the stage, please. Mary Lou Melton, 2023 American Legion Riders Rider of the Year.
Well, we know I'm not a person of few words, but I am speechless. I am very honored to win this award. The American Legion is my heart. Veterans, we cannot do ever enough to show our appreciation for your service, your sacrifice, and your families. Because we've been married almost 60 years. I'm an Army wife. I know what goes on. And my heart bleeds red, white, and blue. I thank you very much for this honor, and I will treasure it always. Thank you so much.
For our next award, Chapter of the Year. All of our chapters in the department are eligible, and the winner is selected based on involvement at their post, within their community, the American Legion, at district and department levels. During this past year, we had several chapters in the state that did amazing things and ran very successful writers programs, making it very difficult to make a selection. However, for their outstanding efforts and accomplishments for last year, under the leadership of their director, Carl Moore, it is my pleasure to announce that from the 9th District, Rising Sun Chapter 59, as the Department of Indiana American Legion Writers Chapter of the Year for 2023. Who do we have from Chapter 59 who would like to come and accept the award? Ladies and gentlemen, Rising Sun, Chapter 59, Chapter of the Year 2023. And I know the commander said we were having 2 awards, but I snuck another one in on it. For our final award, last year's the writers implemented a statewide game called Capture the Plaque. We did this to promote camaraderie between the writers' chapters. Participation in this game is optional. Chapters that choose to participate design and produce a plaque, and any other chapter that's participating may travel to their post and capture the plaque. We implemented standard rules and a point system that applies to all. Without boring you with further details, the winner of the Department of Indiana American Legion Writers Capture the Plaque Challenge for this year from the 5th District, Anderson Chapter 127. Please note, this plaque has been designed to be a traveling type of award. So next year we pass to the winner of next year. Who do we have from chapter or post 127 here to accept the award? Our very own communications officer, Donna Devine. Okay, Capture the Plaque Challenge winner, Anderson Chapter 127. Thank you. This completes our presentation, Commander. Thank you for the opportunity to present these awards this morning. Thank you.
All right. You're quite welcome, Jeff. Thank you for the presentation. And all that our writers, I want to thank you Chairman, Mr. David Mellon.
Thank you, Mr. Commander. Before I begin presenting this year's award, I want to personally thank all the Hoosier Legionnaires who contributed to our efforts this year. Every member of the Indiana American Legion can be proud of Commander Oath, his efforts to make Indiana a better place, and our fellow veterans. For the first award, the national organization has established a Bronze Brigade. And Mr. Commander, if you will please step forward. Bronze Brigade to order the successful recruiters who are working their way to the top. This category requires that members recruit 15 to 20 new members by May 31st, 2024. Hold on to your hat for this list. This year we have several Legionnaires who have reported membership success in this range to department headquarters. Will the following come to the front stage and receive their national award from Commander Oath? From Post 31, Alex Dobson, 15 new members. Would a representative from Post 31 please come forward? From Post 182, Robert Weymouth, 15 new members. From Post 182, Chris Webb, 15 new members. From Post 182, Terry Ordill, 15 new members. From Post 72, Tim McMahon, 17 new members. From Post 43, John Yocolette, 19 new members. From Post 145, Frank Reeves, 18 new members. From Post 45, John Morris, 24 new members. From Post 451, Tracy LeVay, 19 new members. From Post 21, Tim Hansford, 24 new members. From Post 148, Anthony Payne, 24 new members. 470, Matthew Rapp, 16 new members. From Post 470, Patrick Blair, 20 new members. From Post 410, Ron Domres, 15 new members. From Post 281, Terry Sutherland, 15 new members. Is there anyone you don't have? From Post 155, Richard Curtis, 16 new members. And from Post 79, Thomas Wolfke, 15 new members. Okay. Please join me in a round of applause for these Bronze Brigade winners. For the next award, the national organization has established the Silver Brigade to honor the other successful recruiters who are working their way to the top. This category requires members to recruit 25 to 49 new members by May 31st, 2024. Will the following come forward at the front stage to receive their national award from Commander Oath? From Post 47, Daniel Richardson, 47 new members. From Post 200, Ron Byerly, 27 new members. From Post 409, Cricket Griswold, 25 new members. And from Post 104, James Ferris, 29 new members. Please join me in a round of applause for these Silver Brigade winners. All right, off you go. There are a few Legionnaires who go beyond what is expected. In membership, these Legionnaires take the extra step by asking everyone they need to join our great organization. And by doing so, they have earned the distinction of being members of the Gold Brigade. To qualify for this elite group, a Legionnaire must recruit at least 50 receiving the Gold Brigade Award for 2024 is, from Post 331, Angel Faulkner, 53 new members. From Post 47, Jerry Cunningham, 57 new members. From Post 391, Stephen Daniel, 72 new members. From Post 230, Gina Owens, third consecutive year, 50 new members.
She said 114, you gotta believe her, but she'll whoop you back.
From Post 64, in his fifth consecutive year with 53 new members, Bryce Hewitt. Earlier it said, please hold your applause until the names are read. But for these next two, you can applaud and make all the damn noise you want. From Post 11, she recruited 157 new members. And it is the fifth place National Recruiter of the Year, our own Kelly Murray.
Let's get this right.
Not only does Kelly receive all of the things that go along with being a Gold Brigade member, but as the fifth place National Recruiter of the Year, she will receive a check for $150 from the National. Last but not least, in her 7th year as a Gold Brigade member from Post 152, with 170 new members, please welcome Lori Bowman to the stage. As Lori receives her award, it should be noted that she will also receive $150 check from National because Lori is the third place winner in the nation for new membership. Congratulations, and could we have another round of applause for this amazing Off you go. Off you go. Now it's time to recognize the efforts of hosts throughout the state for their hard work and membership this year. Each year, the Richard S. Kaplan Award is presented to the Post, who has secured the greatest number of new members as certified by department headquarters. This year's recipient of the Kaplan Award is Fortville Post 391, located in the 10th District, with over 71 new members recruited. The goal of every post in the department is the attainment of an all-time high. The Donald W. Hines Memorial Award recognizes the post in the department which attains an all-time high in membership for the highest number of consecutive years. Recognizing consecutive year of all-time highs, the 2024 Donald Hines Award goes to Colonel Billy J. Holmes Post 331 in Brownsburg, Indiana, from the 6th District. The Ralph F. and Robert Gates Award is presented to the Post with the greatest percentage of increase in membership over the previous 4-year average based on close of books figures. This year, with a 157% increase, Post 416 Trafalgar in the 7th District. Gina, stop. Turn back around. Look at the nice people. Look at the nice people. Fine. The Jack Butler Award recognizes the post with the highest percentage of retention of members as compared to the prior year's close of books at 142% membership retention. This year's Jack Butler Award goes to Trafalgar Post 416. At this time, I'd like to recognize the top 10 posts in the department based on their total membership as of close of books. I would ask for a representative from each one of these posts to come forward to receive their top 10 award as their post is announced. The 2024 Department of Indiana Top posts are: in 10th place, Speedway Post 500 with 551 members. Got it. In 9th place, Greenwood Post 252 with 587 members. In 8th place, James D. Armand, Galloway Post 6 with 629 members. In 7th place, Avon Post 145 with 669 members. In 6th place, Government Post 44 with 678 members. In 5th place, Kenneth N. Dowden, Wayne Post 64 with 727 members. In 4th place, Fort Wayne Post 47 with 767 members. In 3rd place, Colonel Billy J. Holmes Post 331 with 830 members. In 2nd place, Lafayette Post 11 with 862 members. And in 1st place, Burton Woolery Post 18 with 917 members. Let's give these posts a nice round of applause. This year, I'm introducing a new award that uses the size of your post, activities, new members, retention, and transfers from 777 all into consideration. As a minimum, your post has to be at 105% in membership and secure membership through all phases of recruiting, retention, and transfers. When I call your post, if a representative will please come forward on stage to receive your award, and please stay up here so that we can get the first group all together. From the 1st District, Post 20, 105.25%. From the 4th District, Post 148, 105.89%. From the 4th District, Post 409, 114.72%. From the 6th District, Post 145, 107.9%. From the 10th District, Post 150, 105.91%. From the 11th District, Post 360, 108.18%. From the 3rd District, Post 21, 113.79%. From the 4th District, Post 157, 106%. From the 5th District, Post 117, 108.48%. From the 6th District, Post 331, 105.87%. And once again, you are allowed to make noise for this one. From the 10th District, Post 391, 129.2%. Please show your appreciation to these great posts that have done some wonderful things to become part of our Top Gun award winners this year. was told earlier in the beginning of the year that if I had two items to work with. First, I was not allowed to stay inside the lines. And secondly, if I was not aggravating people, and actually there was a different term and wasn't worried about getting fired every week, that I wasn't doing my job. I am going to tell you, this is the most fun I have ever had in the American Legion. I have loved this job. This has been the best opportunity ever. I have been to over 100 posts. I've been in every district. I've met thousands of other Legionnaires, and this has been the greatest job I have ever had, and I want to thank you all for this opportunity. In first place, final numbers at 97.08%, the 6th district. Does anybody know anybody from the 6th district? In second place, at 96.57%, the 10th district. In third place, the 4th district at 94.01%. Congratulations. In fourth place, the 5th district at 91.56%. In 5th place, the 2nd district at 91.49%. In 7th place, the 9th district at 88% even. I did? I skipped 6? Oh, 7th place, sorry. In 6th place, the 7th district at 90.87%. In 8th place, the 3rd district at 87.41%. In 9th place, the 1st district at 87.21%. In 10th place, 8th district at 84.82%. And in 11th place, 11th district at 84.43%. What does all that mean? If you were at the DEC meeting, it means this. A year ago, we had 700 people in our 10-year program. Today, there are 1,333 and growing every single day. Last year, there was no 3-year program brought forth by National. Now there's almost 500 people that are in that program. And we have more PUFL members today than we did a year ago on this same day. We are stronger at the beginning of this year, and we have almost 15% of our membership that is signed up under a 3-year, 10-year, or a lifetime membership. So congratulations to the membership of this state. My final note is this: 60,470. We did not reach the 66,000 goal that I had set. But for the first time in almost 15 years, the Department of Indiana is bigger, stronger, and more prepared to go into the future. We have finally broke its back, and we have not lost members. Congratulations. It has been my incredible pleasure to work with you and the vice commanders and all of the district commanders this year. I want to thank you all for allowing Remington and I to come and hang out in your posts. Are you ready?
Yep.
I'm going to stay up here with this damn mic. Are you ready for me to get off this stage? Yeah! Thank you all very much.
Kind of going to jump out of script here just for a minute. It's interesting that, we have meetings amongst ourselves there in the office every now and then. And normally, once a week when David's in town, he'll come in and he'll sit down in Chad's office. If I'm there, we're all three in Chad's office, plus 2 dogs. And these two always take the dogs out to the back and either take their balls, their road cones, or their sticks. And today I thought it would just be appropriate that since they're both here on stage with their masters, Remington and Gunner, and they're the masters, here's the but I know they like the brown, round, smoking devices. So guys, now when you're out pitching sticks to the puppy dogs, you can puff on a stick from me. Poor dogs have to live up with it too. These guys, okay, where are we at? David, thank you for your hard work this year as membership chair. At this time, I have one more special award to present. I would like to present this at midwinter or even spring conference, but I guess when you retire, vacations and trips are easy to take. It is my pleasure to call on the department historian Steve DeFeo to the stage to present him with his 2023 National Historians Contest First Place Award for the Department Narrative History Award. So Steve, would you come to the We don't have nobody take pictures, Steve. Somebody have to get Congratulations again, Steve, and well deserved. If any of you have not checked into Steve's making of a yearbook for the past several years, please do so. And I think he's got this year's edition. You said that it was prepared and ready to go, so, and does a great job. I will now call on our department adjutant for some announcements. So, Chad?
Thank you, Commander. All right, so in your bags, those of you that were not here yesterday, you got 3 colored tickets, red, white, and blue. If you weren't here yesterday, I'm sorry, but you're only going to get a chance at 2 drawings. So go for the white ticket. you have donations for the commander, if you go ahead and start forming up over here by the American flag side, please. Also, while we're starting to form a line here, if you weren't here yesterday, the Colts game, when we present the flag, will be August the 11th. It's against the Broncos, I believe, right? First home game, preseason game. Preseason. We have about 200 spots on the flag left. So get on our website, on our Facebook page, and you can find the information to sign up. All right. When you come forward, please announce post number, the donations amount, and where it's going to, please.
Commander, on behalf of Fortville, the membership of Fortville Post 391 and Daystar Drilling, $5,000 to the Congress.
Commander, on behalf of Post 391, $250 for JROTC.
Commander, our 6th District family does Veterans Dollars, you know, and so our family is donating it to ODA. So they will do it.
Jack Black, 2nd District Past Commanders, the Past Commanders Club would like to donate $1,000 to the Commanders Project.
I have 2 checks for you. One is for $1,500 for the Commanders Project, due to us raising our funds through cornhole tournaments. And the other, I have a $1,000 check for iPads. Thank you very much.
Commander, from Chapter 204 in Sellersburg, Legion Riders, I got a check for $500 from OCW.
Thank you.
Ron Barley, Post 200, on behalf of our post, we have $500 for your project. We have another check for $1,000 for Operation Comfort Warrior. My wife and I, $100 from Operation Comfort Warrior. Thank you.
Commander Dale McDonald, 7th District, for the Commander Project, $350. And from Post 172, $2,000 for iBets and $2,000 for the Commander.
Thank you very much.
Commander, on behalf of Brent Hilbert, Post 21, would like to donate $2,100 to the Legacy Foundation.
Thank you.
Commander, Post 492, $991 from the American Foundation. That's for our 2nd District's Commander's Homecoming from Borehole and other different routes.
All right.
Jim Wells from the Legion Riders and Post Team, $3,000 check for Indiana Veterans Home.
Thank you very much.
Commander, on behalf of Veteran Post 70 in Shelbyville, I'd like to donate this check for $2,000 to the Legacy Foundation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Should we trip him now? He's got money in his hand.
Commander Kenny Cooper from Wayne Post 64. We have a we have a Commander's Project check here for $10,000
Thank you.
Mr. Commander, we actually have two more as well that were handed into department headquarters. Post 25, 1,600? Post 25 donated 1,600 to Camp Carson, which will be coming up here momentarily. And North Dearborn American Legion donated 200 to the law enforcement cadets. And I think it was midwinter, we missed Al Polito's post 230, where are you, Al, 238? They had donated, 66, sorry about that. They had donated 500, so we apologize for that miss. Those donations, Commander, $35,563.
Outstanding. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your gift and your generosity. I assure you that the funds will go to be a big part and put into good use as you intend them to be. And again, on behalf of the foundation, Indiana Veterans Home, all your contributions to whatever OCW, thank you very much. Over the course of the past year, the Department of Indiana's Children and Youth Program has been fundraising for Camp Carson, located in Princeton, Indiana, which is in the 7th District. The camp provides 2 summer camp programs focused on military dependents. We are honored to have a representative from Camp Carson with us today. Please welcome to the stage the Executive Director of the camp, Jim Sexton. Jim? Now, along with him is Children and Youth Chair from the Legion and the Auxiliary, Ron Hoax and Michelle Winbanks. So, okay, so the director, Jim Sexton. All right, so really Michelle headed this off, got this started. The Children and Youth on the department side, Children and Youth Committee raised some funds. And I want to hand him a check from, that our committee has raised to Camp Carlson for $8,000. This is the 16? Oh, we got more, Jim. Here's a check for $1,600. I'd like to have him up here and speak on behalf of Camp Carlson real quick. Is that all right? Let him explain what they do.
Thank you all so much. On behalf of YMCA Camp Carson and the YMCA of Southwestern Indiana, thank you. We're blessed to have been able to serve military families and kids for the last 20 years. And probably one of the best ways for me to tell you about the impact of camp and what that means is I want to share a quick story. When I first got to camp, I had the opportunity to work a military family camp. And I was running a simple activity, the climbing wall. I was at the climbing wall, and a mom and a dad came up, along with their 3 campers, as well as 2 grandparents. What I later found out was mom was going to this side of the world, dad was going to this side of the world for the next year, and the kids were going to be with grandma and grandpa. And camp was one of those respite weekends where they had an opportunity to build some memories together and have an opportunity They've since returned to camp, and it's just been a great reunion every time they've been there. It's just a simple story, but I hope it illustrates the impact of gifts like this and what it can do. If you haven't been out to YMCA Camp Carson, we'd love to show you around. We'd love to see your dollars in action. And we do have some family camps coming up, so please keep us in mind. Thank you all so much, and really appreciate your help. Thank you, thank you.
I apologize for butchering that up there, Jim. But I'd like to give somebody a hand. We should give them a hand, and that's the Auxiliary Children and Youth Department Chairperson, Michelle Woodburn. She does a great job. She headed this up to get this started. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for participating this year in the fundraiser for such a special place. As the mom and dad of two alumni of Camp Carson, we know the special impact that it takes. And as a family, between the auxiliary and your donations today, we've donated over $12,000 to Camp Carson for their program. So thank you for being part of this Legion family and for showing what we do.
I have two youngins back in the day that attended Camp Carson and had such a good time. I don't know why they didn't stay, but anyway. They come back home. And now, there being no more business scheduled to come before this session of the convention, I would ask Chaplain Norris Kern to come to the podium for benediction. You can stay seated just for a little bit, but, come on up here, Pastor Kern. Because Pastor Kern is graciously, I asked him in the beginning of the year, I said, Ken, I'd like to see us bring back the church services and conferences and convention. And he so graciously said yes. And of course, most of you know, before fall conference last year, he didn't decide, but somebody decided to test his body's will, and he went through, they opened him up and worked in all of it. And I think that Judy had something, I think she had the recovery part. I don't know, I guess she must have done a good job, but you're here with us. And so, but, and I know after the services, your wife, my wife, and we stood around and talked about this and that, about Scripture and the Bible and this and that. And my wife studied the Old Testament in college, and so she's tried to educate me. That's a pretty hard job, but and I know that you took classes and classes, and we discussed all of this and all of that. But when you think you know everything about the Holy Scripture and the Bible, then you find out that you don't. And Chaplain, the other night, Debbie and I was at a dinner together, and just sitting at the table next to us, there was 5 women sitting there, and they was discussing the world's problems and their problems, and one of them just kept going on and on and on, and the other one said, your PMS has really about got me over the edge. And the other one looked at her and said, well, PMS it goes all the way back to biblical times. And the other said, well, where in the world, what Bible did you read that in? She said, the King James Version. She said, oh, really? She said, well, where at in the King James book of the Bible? And she said, well, if you turn to Luke, it it says right in there that Mary rode Joseph's ass all the way to Bethlehem. So it was another day that I learned something. So with that, would you all for the benediction?
You may need to stay for my special session. Let us be mad to prayer. Gracious God, thank you for the gift of laughter. Thank you for the gift of joy. Thank you for the gift of love. Send us forth now with your blessing that we may fellowship with one another as we take this break and bring us back for the great celebration this afternoon. We ask this in your divine and holy name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now call the final session of the 105th Annual Convention to order. Sergeant of Arms, please secure the door. And allow none of those candidates that's on the roster to leave. We've got to take by the numbers, render hand salute. 1, 2. Couple announcements before we get started. Some donations that didn't make it up here previously. The 3rd District making a $500 donation to IVH. And I see the signee is James Dobby, so I guess he probably had the commander's privilege of turning these in late. But we will take him, Commander. 3rd District also making a contribution of $500 to the commander's project, the foundation. So thank you, 3rd District. Back in January, I had the honor to travel to Ohio with the department president, auxiliary president, the SAL commander, and the state writers director to visit a retreat called Save a Warrior, whose goals is to help and end veteran suicide. I'd like to have the founder, Jake Clark, come forward for a brief discussion of the retreat.
VA doesn't get why veterans are killing themselves. As children, we are physically and emotionally abused, molested, and raped. It's hard to hear, but it's that simple, it's that blunt.
I was the walking dead, and on my way to being fully dead, and then Save a Warrior. I got my life back.
This is the rarest of conversations for a returning veteran or first responder in this culture. The problem is a mental health crisis centered in our returning veterans and first responders.
Coming to this experience allowed me to let go of some heavy stuff that I've been carrying for way too long.
There's a reason you're watching this video. If you're listening, ask yourself, am I done suffering? If you're not done suffering, we can't do anything for you. And listen, they've all been here. Every person that you can imagine has been in front of that screen. That person has sat in that seat, whether you're a woman, whether you're a man, what have you, regardless of how you identify. If you're a certain kind of someone that finds their way here, we have something for you that represents the end of the beginning of your journey.
Good afternoon. I really like the state of Indiana. It's good to be back. I was stationed here about 18 years ago at Camp Atterbury, and it was really wonderful to host your before that, because occasionally my dad would send me down to the Legion as a kid to sneak in and sign the book. I was hoping this crowd would get that. Because if that didn't get signed, it's going to be a long weekend if his number got called. And if you know, you know. But in the days leading up to my shipping out for Fort Jackson, my coach, Montpio, walked up to me and he said, "You really are an idiot. You know that, right?" And a not so humble brag, being the best player on that team, I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Who enlists and ships out in the middle of the season?" Well, when my dad, the same father who was paid up for life, American Legion, Vietnam Air Marine, conscripted me into our fine Department of Defense at the ripe old age of 17, we were not thinking that far ahead, and I probably should have waited until Labor Day to ship out. But be that as it may, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you for everything you do, and also I want to share with you, having served in the Cold War, having served in the post 9/11 era, particularly having served in the post 9/11 era, because of your efforts, I was able to go to some very fine educational institutions, Pepperdine University and the University of Southern California, where I just recently finished up a doctorate in social work, because you cared enough to come back for me to make sure that I had everything I needed to go to school, to 2 schools that I could only have dreamed of going to. But because of organizations like this, I have so much gratitude, and I can never pay it back, and I give you my word to pay it forward. I have had the great honor of serving almost 2,500 returning veterans over the last 12 years at Sable Warrior, currently at Staff Sergeant Dick Wood Warrior Village in Hillsborough, Ohio, which is exactly 160 miles east of where I'm standing right now, on 350 beautiful acres of a retreat estate that was donated by a businessman in Columbus, Ohio, who was so moved by what Dick Wood, who will be 99 in December, who flew 47 missions over the Pacific at 19 and made it home by the grace of God. Dick Wood went to this gentleman and said, "Listen, I think these folks know what they're talking about. I think they know what they're doing. I think this is something that would have benefited me when I came home from World War II, and I think you should listen to what they had to say." Your leadership was good enough to come visit us on the day of the eclipse. That's how I remember it, because we all looked at the eclipse and we had a nice briefing. And it's a whole lot easier to share this with 4 people than a room full of people. But we're very serious about what we do. That's not an easy video to watch. But one of the benefits of everything you've given me was an opportunity to look at the truth, okay? And we're living in some very interesting times right now. And over the next 120 days, I would venture to say it's going to get a little bit more interesting. The reason I'm here today is I am in a room full of people who actually give a shit about what happens to returning veterans. See, I give a shit. You taught me that a long, long time ago. And you've given me tremendous opportunities and benefits that make me feel duty-bound to come back for people so that they don't end up on that statistical board. So after taking 2,500 people through this experience, I don't have any illusions about why veterans kill themselves. You're not going to talk me out of that after 12 years of hearing the same kind of stories again and again and again, 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 and again. And if you're really interested and you'd like to know more, I'm real easy to find at that facility in Hillsborough, Ohio. We started in Malibu, California. Couldn't get the money behind the organization that we needed to do what we do. It happened in the Midwest. Not looking for money in the Midwest because of folks like you. California, they'll spend all kinds of money to roll the dolphin back in the ocean. Give me a celebrity, give me a dolphin, they got nothing but money. Let's roll that dolphin back in the ocean. We're not going to talk to you about returning veterans and suicide. We have no interest in that. Even though we have all this money in this state, we have no interest. For some reason, the interest is centered here in the Midwest. And the resources are here in the Midwest. And the solution to this problem is in the Midwest. It's 160 miles east of here. Oh, I promise you, I assure you, I'm 58 years old. I don't know how much gas I have left in the tank. But until the day I die, if you want to understand, see, I love baseball. There's a great movie about baseball called Moneyball, based on a book called Moneyball. And in that story, in that true story, you had a baseball executive who was convinced that if that owner just gave him more money, he could compete with the New York Yankee payroll. He was the general manager of the Oakland A's. He was the only professional baseball player at that time who had been named the general manager of a professional team. That had never happened before. And he was very intrepid, and he was very forward-thinking, and he looked in places that no one else was looking. But he ultimately met this guy in the movie. It's Peter Brand. It's really Paul De Podesta, who said, "You're not looking in the right place to solve this problem." Now, we have this thing called the VA. I know you're all fans. Okay? Let me tell you what, collectively, those cats couldn't find a sofa in the living room when it comes to solving this veteran suicide crisis, because they're not looking at the problem. They think they are. I know they mean well, and you should mean well when you're getting $300 billion of taxpayer money every year. You should mean well. But they're not looking at the problem. You have a commander-in-chief right now who struggles to recall what we're known as a term of art. Veteran, Mr. President, the term of art is veteran. And if you gave a shit, you'd remember that term of art. Dick Wood is 99 in December. He knows that term of art. I'm not here to talk about politics. Those jokes write themselves. Just tune in. And we live in this land of, you can't make this stuff up. Anyway. In the last 36 months, 20 of your returning veterans have come through our program. In the last 36 months, 20 of your veterans have come through our program. We could do more for the state of Indiana. That's why I'm here. We're right next door. I'm a 2-iron east of here. If you know a returning veteran who's done suffering, who's done struggling, who's done doing it alone, you can tell them, yeah, there was this guy that got up and spoke at the American Legion. I can't remember what they called him. I'm kidding. But we do not have to continue losing returning veterans in Holocaustal numbers because certain agencies are not looking at the problem. They're not going to solve this problem. They're not interested in solving this problem. We are interested in solving this problem. The people in this room are interested in solving this problem. Guess what? You sent the right guy to school. You hired the right guy. Okay? It's not lost on me. Being around this community, being raised by this community. I was surrounded by Vietnam veterans my whole life growing up in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. They were my coaches, they were the civic leaders, they were the JCs, they were in the Lions Club, they were in the Rotary, they were my school teachers, they were my scout leaders, they were my mentors, and I have a duty to come back for those kind of people. So you hired the right guy. And hey, nobody told you they love you today. I love you. Thanks for letting me be your 5-minute speaker. See you in Ohio.
Let me tell you, and if you talk to Jeff Everman or Cheryl from the auxiliary, or Paul, it's a beautiful place, and I asked Jake the question when before we left there, we was kind of sitting around, I said, okay, what do you want from us? Of course, you think, okay, well, money, and Jake said, we don't really need the money, we need your veterans who have reached that point that there's no way out that they think other than suicide, and to have to churn through everything, through all their buildings and where they keep them and how they mentor them through that process is absolutely fantastic. And I think that it's an organization that we can help in the future. And it's very, every life we can save is one life that's going to breathe again tomorrow. So with that, again, Jake, if you can hear me, thank you very much. Being a military veterans organization, it's only natural to recognize the outstanding service members and their current contributions in combat and readiness roles around the globe. I have asked National Security and Foreign Affairs Committee Chair Karen Clark to approach the lectern to announce the winners. Karen?
Every year, we recognize top military members in 3 categories. These categories are active duty, reserves, and National Guard. This year, I am pleased to announce we have a winner in all categories. When I call their names, I would like them to come to the front stage to receive their awards from the commander. Our active duty winner has 5 years in the Air Force and currently serves as a weapons director for the Air National Guard. She works tactical command and control operation, supporting combat search and rescue, intelligence surveillance, and air refueling. She also worked on the counter-drug unit as a criminal intelligence analyst to combat, deter, and disrupt drug use and distribution. She has and will continue to make an impact on the lives of those around her. Please join me in congratulating our active duty military person of the year, Leslie Lane, sponsored by Post 464 and the 9th District.
Speeches. I want to thank everyone. I've only been in the Legion for 4 years. Coming from Ohio to Indiana, it's been awesome. The support, everything. I couldn't ask for any better family than all of you all. So, thank you.
Our Reserve Military Person of the Year is an 8-year member of the U.S. Air Force Reserve. He currently serves as a station captain for the 434th Civil Engineers Squadron at Grissom's Air Force Base. He has received several awards, including the Air and Space Achievement Medal, Air Reserve Forces Meritorious Service Medal, and the Nuclear Deterrence Operations Service Medal. He has also completed the DoD Firefighter, Rescue, and Survival Course, the most difficult training available for the DoD firefighters. He has exceeded expectations and invited back as an instructor. He is the type of team player that makes up the backbone of a great team. Please join me in congratulating our Reserve Duty Military Person of the Year, Luke Lime Cooley, sponsored by Post 70 in the 10th District. Finally, our district winners in the National Guard category. When I call their names, I would like them to come to the front of the stage to receive their awards from the commander. From the 8th District, Stephen Bartels from the Army National Guard, sponsored by Post 200. From the 10th District, Scott Odom from the Army National Guard, sponsored by Post 70. The National Guard Military Person of the Year has served for 22 years and currently serves as Combat Aviation Brigade Commander. He completed 2 deployments to Iraq and is currently enrolled in the U.S. Army War College. He also serves as the State Army Aviation Officer to serve the Adjutant General in all aviation and safety matters across the Indiana National Guard. He is a solid example of the Army value of selfless service. Please join me in congratulating Scott Odom as our Department National Guard Military Person of the Year. To all of you and all the nominees, thank you for what you have done and continue to do for our nation. And congratulations on your selection for this award. Commander, this concludes the Military Person of the Year.
Thank you, Karen. And at this time, I would like to introduce the chairman of the Law Officer, Firefighter, and EMT Award Committee to present the very special awards. Please welcome Scott Smithland. Scott?
It is an honor to stand before you today and have the opportunity to present the Law Officer, Firefighter, and EMT Awards, of which we are so proud. The Law and Order program was a product of the National Commander, John Davis, 1966 to 1967 of North Dakota, who recognized the breakdown in respect for law and order in the 60s and initiated a program that year here in Indiana. The program has resulted in what we are witnessing
public servants who dedicate their lives to the public, and recognizing the increasing role played by the emergency medical personnel and Homeland Security a few years ago, we expanded the program to honor the EMT personnel as well. We are excited about this new addition to our awards. It is the intent of this program to honor outstanding firefighters, law enforcement officers, and EMT personnel at our annual convention, and in some small way, let them know that the American Legion recognizes and appreciates their efforts on our behalf, and that we further recognize the terrific pressure they serve under 24 hours a day. We will present the Law Enforcement Officers Awards first, then the EMT EMS Awards, and then last but not least, the Firefighter Awards. Commander, if you would go over there. So first is the Lewis Schmidt Law Officer of the Year Award. First, I would have our district winners in the law enforcement category. When we call your name, please come to the front stage. The winners are, from the 1st District, James Richardson from Lake Station Police Station, sponsored by Post 369. Next, from the 3rd District, Thomas Hickson from the town of Osceola, sponsored by Post 308. From the 4th District, Thomas Frederick II from Hamilton Police Department, sponsored by Post 467. From the 5th District, Ted Seacrest from the Kokomo Police Department, sponsored by Post 6. From the 7th, Tracy Harker with the LaGrange County Sheriff's Department, sponsored by Post 1919. From the 8th District, Dale Naylor with the Ward County Sheriff's Department, sponsored by Post 200. From the 9th District, Herbert Houseworth III with the Ripley County Sheriff's Office, sponsored by Post 235. From the 10th District, Brandon Henderson with the Indiana State Police, sponsored by Post 152. And from the 11th District, David Walsnon with the Indianapolis Metro Police Department, sponsored by Post 3. He unfortunately could not be with us here this afternoon. my great pleasure to announce the winner of the 2024 Lewis Schmidt Award for the Department of Indiana Law Officer of the Year. Dale Naylor. Dale has been a reserve deputy with the Ward County Sheriff's Office for 12 years. Prior to becoming a reserve officer, he served the Knight Township Volunteer Fire Department for 22 years as fire chief, assistant chief, and incident commander. Dale was also an employee for more than 40 years of the Evansville-Vanderburgh School Corporation. He was a teacher for 30 years, football, track, and basketball coach for 20 years, and a principal for 10 at McGarry Middle School. Dale goes above and beyond to help his department and community. He exceeds the duty requirements of each position he has held and remains an asset to his community. Congratulations, Dale. Next, our district winners in the Frank Gilbert Jr. EMT of the Year competition winners are, from the 3rd District, Rebecca Hirschberger from Penn Township Fire, sponsored by Post 308. She couldn't be with us here today. From the 4th District, Tony Simpson from Lutheran Air and Ground Critical Care Transport, sponsored by Post 43. From the 5th District, Leah Kim from Ascension St. Vincent Kokomo EMS, sponsored by Post 6. From the 8th District, Charles Dietrich from Ascension St. Vincent Ward EMS, sponsored by Post 200. From the 9th, Nathaniel Batzler with the Moores Hill Spartan Township Volunteer Fire and EMS, sponsored by Post 209. So without further delay, please welcome our 2024 Frank Gilbert Jr. Award for the Department of Indiana EMT of the Year from the 4th District, Tony Stinson. Tony is a flight paramedic and educator for all employees of Lutheran Air and Ground Critical Care Transport. He has been a paramedic for 38 years and a lifelong resident of Adams County. He has received several awards over the years, including the Gold Siren Award from the Indiana EMS Association, the Sagamore of the Wabash, Indiana State Fire Marshal's Medal of Valor, and the Indiana Paramedic of the Year. He has made a meaningful difference in countless lives and continues to do so. Congratulations, Tony. Last but certainly not least, our district winners in the Martin A. the 3rd District, Robert Pinter from the Penn Township Fire Department, sponsored by Post 308. From the 4th District, Dwayne Reckwig from the Primble Volunteer Firefighting Association, sponsored by Post 43. From the 5th District, John Carver from the Kokomo Fire Department, sponsored by Post 6. From the 8th District, Zach Curry from the Boonville Fire Department, sponsored by Post 200. From the 9th District, Robert Russell from Moores Hill Volunteer Fire and EMS, sponsored by Post 209. And from the 11th District, Robert Kowski from the Indianapolis Fire Department, sponsored by Post 3. And he couldn't be here today. I am pleased to announce the 2024 Barton A. Werner Award for the Department of Indiana Firefighter of the Year goes to, from the 8th District, Zach Curry. Zach first joined the Boonville Fire Department as a volunteer in 2013 and was hired full-time in 2017. He teaches fire prevention to thousands of children and adults in his local community annually, has served on the Special Operations Dive Team, and was promoted to the rank of lieutenant in January 2023. He holds several certificates, including EMT, Fire Officer 2, Hazmat Awareness Instructor, Certified Diver, Fire Officer Strategy and Tactics. He's also a coach for the Youth Football League and for Youth Baseball. Please give a warm round of applause to the Indiana American Legion Firefighter of the Year Award, Zach Curry. This year we have one more very special award. Every year our Military Law Officer, EMT, and Firefighter of the Year Award winners are submitted to our national headquarters to be recognized at the national level. National headquarters recognizes 5 regional winners in each category, and as you can imagine, the competition is extremely tough. It is my great honor to announce that for the 3rd year in a row, Indiana has a Regional Firefighter of the Year winner. It is my great honor to announce that last year's Department of Indiana Firefighter of the Year, Indianapolis Fire Department, John J. Settergren, who was chosen as the National Central Region Firefighter of the Year for 2023-24. Jay, please come to the front stage to receive your plaque. Mr. Commander, on behalf of the committee, I would like to acknowledge the work performed by the chairman of the Law Enforcement, Firefighter, and EMS committees. It is the post chairman, assisted by his or her district chairman, who truly make these awards work so well. As chairman of the committee this year, I want to thank them for all their outstanding work and participation. I will also direct a final remark to all of our winners. Each of you represents what we believe are the finest attributes of a public servant. You have received not only the recognition of your community for your professionalism, but you now have received the recognition of a statewide organization that represents over 70,000 veterans of Indiana. Keep up your great work in our Hoosier communities. Commander, this completes our award presentation.
Thank you, Scott, for conducting this portion of the program. We appreciate the work that the committee does during the past year, and we'll also mention my pride in seeing these wonderful public servants here at our convention. At this time, I'm pleased to call to our Department of Children and Youth Commission Chair, Mr. Ron Holtz, to present this year's Children and Youth Awards.
It gives me a great deal of pleasure to preside over the presentation of these awards, Mr. Commander. I appreciate the opportunity to do so. Young people and those who steward the development and growth are the keys to our future, and I am very proud to be part of an organization that fully supports the interests of young people. I would like to begin with Educator of the Year Awards, which can be presented in 3 categories. First category honors the educator, grades K through 6. The second is 7th and 8th, and the last is 9 through 12. The Educator of the Year judging is based on candidates' career, community service, family involvement, and letters of recognition. It is my great personal privilege to present to you the Educators of the Year for 2024. First, our district winner in the elementary and intermediate school categories are following. The district winners are, from the 3rd, Millette Noble from the Riley Elementary School, sponsored by Post 83. From the 4th District, Kristen Latman from the Adams Central Community Schools, sponsored by Post 43. From the 9th District, Sydney Septon from Switzerland County Elementary School, sponsored by Post 185. From the 10th District, Madeline Seegers from, as our 8th District partners would say, Fortville Elementary School, sponsored by Post 391. That was for you, Kels. Unfortunately, she's not here. I am proud to announce that Sydney Sefton is the K through 6 grade educator of the year. She will receive a $500 grant to her school. Sydney has been an educator for 11 years and currently teaches 2nd grade. In addition to teaching, she is the field day coordinator and services on the culture, PBIS, and the behavior intervention committees at her school. She possesses a remarkable level of compassion for her students and tailors her teaching methods to individual needs to ensure academic success and personal growth. In addition to her time in the classroom, she currently serves as T-ball coach and started a cheerleading program for K through 6 graders at her YPAC football program, where she is a cheerleading director. She also volunteers for a local Girl Scout troop and the Switzerland County 4-H Fair. Please join me in congratulating Sydney on her award. Thank you, ladies. And now, I'm proud to announce the junior high winner. They will also receive a $500 grant to their school. The Department Junior High School Educator of the Year is Tara South from Switzerland County Middle School. Tara is currently an 8th grade mathematics teacher and was previously a long-term substitute. She completed her Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice but completed a transition to teaching program to fulfill her passion in life as teaching. She serves on the Curricular Committee, the DTRT Incentive Program Committee, Handbook Committee, School Improvement Committee, and the Culture Marketing Committee. While only in her 5th year of full-time teaching, she has become one of the most passionate and caring educators in her school corporation. She works hard to make learning intentional, fun, and purposeful. Congratulations, Teresa. In the high school category, district winners are, from the 1st District, Hannah Fuss from Munster High School, sponsored by Post 16. That's $10. 20. From the 9th District, Barry Smith from Switzerland County High School, sponsored by 1